Hey guys, good afternoon and welcome to today's YouTube live conversation with me. My name is Gloria Elijah. This is Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah. I call myself the girl with the T, and I'm super excited that we are gathering here today again. And we are doing what we love doing every Saturday. I'm just super happy. I did not put out a video on my channel this week because I was really busy. For those of you that have been keeping up with us on my second YouTube channel, Simply Gloria Elijah, there's been a lot going on there of recent. Um, there's been a lot of conversations going on there, and what we're about to discuss today is one of those conversations that we already started on Simply Gloria Elijah. So because I haven't really started doing live streams on there, I thought I should bring the conversation over here so that we can have a proper discussion. All right. So once again, you're all specially welcome. I'm happy that you're all here. As always, I want to appreciate every single one of you for making our time for today's conversation. I never ever take your time for granted. I never ever take your presence for granted. It's always an honor to host you all here every Saturday. So thank you all so much once again for tuning in. All right. So, as you all must have seen already from the title of my video, what's going on? Okay, I had a network glitch for a second. Yeah. So, as you all must have seen from the title of this conversation already, we are looking at friendships in your 30s. Now, some of you that have joined this conversation, you're probably not in your 30s. You're probably in your 20s, probably your 40s, your 50s, your 60s. It doesn't matter, all right? Because whatever age you are right now, probably once upon a time you were 30 or you were in your 30s. Probably once upon a time, yeah, you're probably in your 30s currently, or you will soon be in your 30s. So this conversation is very important for every single person, all right? And I would really love for everybody to engage because I want to hear your thoughts. Now, for the benefit of those that have not watched that video on my other channel, Simply Glory Elijah, um, I started something called my 30s series, where I get to share my personal life experiences, my journey through my 20s into my 30s, which I am currently. A lot of you already know that Gloria Elijah is currently 35 years old. I talk about my age a lot. So, yeah, for those of you that are familiar here, you know my age already. So, with this series that I am doing on my second YouTube channel, I am sharing my life experiences about my journey through my 20s into my 30s and how it currently is now that I am in my 30s. And I am encouraging people to join the conversation because what I am sharing actually real life experiences. And I started off the series with conversations around friendships, having no friends at all in your 30s, which is my current reality. And it was quite interesting that putting out that video, a lot of people could actually relate. It was shocking. I'm not even going to lie. It was shocking. I was seeing comments like, oh my God, Glory just narrated my life. I was seeing comments like, oh my God, Glory, you're talking about me. Some people are like, Glory, this is so triggering for me because this is what I'm dealing with right now. And so it made me realize that, wow, people are actually, there are actually people like me out there, you know, because I've always thought that, wait, hold on a second, is there something wrong with me or what's that? Anyways, you would really have to watch that video to get all the details, but I'm just going to summarize, okay? So, being in your 30s without friends, as I shared on that video, I said it could be a very tricky situation because you probably get really occupied with all of your life's ventures. You're probably pursuing another degree if you've already got one, or maybe you don't have one already and you decide to pursue a degree. You're probably pursuing different certifications or courses. You are on your own self journey to elevation. You're trying to elevate yourself in every way possible because you're in your 30s. And the 30s is like a big age, right? It's like the crossroads between when you were young and naive into when people expect that you should now be old, mature, and not naive, right? So in your 30s, you're trying to achieve a lot. You're trying not to lag behind. You are probably trying to up your finances, upgrade your life, elevate yourself, create your own stability or find your own stability, decentralize your mind from what you used to centralize before that did not make sense to your growth, right? But rather centralizing yourself and even finding your center, finding your core, and all of this, many things could be going on, even probably also trying to balance your work life with your family life. But then in the midst of all of this many activities that you have going on for yourself, you completely forget that you don't have friends. You just forget that you don't have friends. You forget. And sometimes it doesn't feel like it's a big deal. Trust me, sometimes it don't feel like it's a big deal because you're busy, you're occupied. There's always something that keeps you going. You're always on the move. Your mind is constantly working. But then a time comes when everything becomes silent. And when everything becomes silent, that is when it dawns on you that you don't have friends. You don't have friends. Nobody is calling on you to check on you except probably your family. And that is if you're on good terms with your family. Yeah. And that is if you have the type of family that always looks out for one another, because there are some families that are not really bothered. For some, in some families, everybody to your tent will Israel, people are just doing what they want to do. Everybody's living their best life or maybe their worst lives, whatever. So if it's not your mom or your dad or your siblings calling you, that is if you people have that type of rapport. You then find out, let's say, discover that you are just lonely, or maybe you're just alone. You don't have friends. You don't have people in your corner. You don't have people in your corner that you can just pick up the phone and call and say, hey, I just want to check on you, or them calling you to check on you. And I understand that sometimes people find peace in being like that, probably because of previous experiences or past traumas that they must have experienced from having friends who probably are very transactional, friends who will not give anything at all if they do not think they are going to get something in return, you know? Probably friends who are emotionally unavailable, maybe friends who are not emotionally mature, friends whose IQ is just very low. Friends who are emotional vampires in the sense that they only know how to suck the life out of you when they have their own difficulties and their own issues to discuss. They always rely on you, they dump all their traumas and all their emotional weight on you, and you carry all of it. But then when it is your turn to meet somebody, when it is your turn to get a shoulder to lean on, they are never available. Fair weather friends, they are only available when it is convenient for them. Friends of convenience also, they are only available when they know that what they need at a particular point in time, you have it. So they keep you around the corner because they know that having access to you gives them, you know, certain luxuries or resources that they need to get by. So it's not like they really care about you, but they just want to just have you around the corner. Friends who only show up when there's something to gain at that point in time, but are ashamed of you when it's time to go out there and take over the world, either by storm, either by fun, either to travel, either to just have fun, whether it's spiritual or maybe physical. But there are friends like that that are just ashamed of you. There are friends that look at you and feel like you are not aesthetically pleasing enough. So they hide you. They have other friends that they hang out with, other friends that they chill with, other friends that they discuss business and life and other things with. But when it comes to you, they hide you because they are ashamed of people seeing them with you in public. Why? Because they feel like your physical looks and your aesthetics does not match up to their lifestyle, does not match up to their standards. I've experienced that before, and best believe it wasn't a pleasant experience. I'm going to share more of that on Simply Glory Elijah. So, my question to all of you now is, are you in your 30s? Or are you in your 20s going towards your 30s? Or maybe once upon a time were you in your 30s? Are you in your 40s now? What did you learn about friendships in your 30s? If you have been in such a situation before where you were in your 30s and you did not have friends, how were you able to deal with that phase of your life? Did you go out of your way to start making friends? Did you go out of your way to condone a lot of nonsense from people who portray themselves as friends but are not good friends in the actual sense of the word? Did you go out of your way to condone all of their nonsense, all of their selfishness, all of their excesses, all because you do not want to be alone, all because you want to have people in your corner, all because you want to have friends? Or did you decide that, okay, fine, I'm going to be my own best friend. I'm going to rely on myself for all the emotional support that I need. I will not put myself in that position where people are going to ride on me and walk all over me just because I want to be amongst the people that say that they have friends? Is that how you dealt with it? How did you deal with it? That's the question. And if you were one of those people that you never used to be bothered about not having friends, but then suddenly you started feeling it, you started feeling left out, you started feeling alone, you started feeling lonely, you started feeling neglected, you started feeling unloved, how did you handle yourself? Did you decide to put aside your fears and your wariness of the types of friends that have actually betrayed you or disappointed you in the past, and decided, okay, fine, I'm going to give people a chance again. I'm going to go out there, I'm going to make friends, and I will not be scared of whichever direction it takes? Did you decide to put yourself out there again to make friends again? Or are you the type that once you get betrayed or you get disappointed by friends, you recoil, you go back into your shell, you go back into being a recluse, you do not put yourself out there anymore? Is that how you dealt with it? Guys, I'm asking all of these questions because I want to know, I want to learn, because currently, all of these things I've mentioned, that's my situation. I've had my own fair share of experiences, in my teen years, in my 20s, currently still in my 30s, where I went into, okay, not even went into, I think I had just, all my life, I think I had just three major friends, and I gave it my all. But then it happened that our expectations were different. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you see certain persons as your best friend. You go around telling everybody that, oh, that's my best friend. And everybody knows that that is your best friend. But for that best friend of yours, they do not regard you as a best friend. They don't. They don't regard you as a best friend. So you are the one that is carrying the friendship on your head. Anywhere you go, oh, that's my bestie, that's my bestie, that's my ride or die. The question is, does your ride or die see you as such? Does your ride or die recognize you and appreciate you as such? Is your best friend proud of you? Is your best friend proud enough to declare to anybody that cares to listen that, oh, that's my best friend? Is your best friend proud of you, or is your best friend ashamed of you? Is your best friend matching your energy, or are your friends in general matching your energy? You find yourself in a situation where every time your friends need you, you show up. You show up, you go all out, you're there for them, If they have any situation they are dealing with, you go out of your way to ensure that you prefer workable solutions, and then you help them to resolve all of those issues. But then when it's your turn, the world is silent. There's nobody around you. There's nobody around you. And you're wondering, oh, I thought I had this person as my friend. And that is when you begin to hear excuses. This friend tells you, ah, I had this thing to do. I had this thing to do. Da, 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 da. I have my own issues. And then some friends are so good at gaslighting. They're so good at emotional manipulation. When you show up and go all out for them, and then they do not match your energy, probably not up to the same extent because everybody is not the same, right? But at least just be there for you. And then when you try to have that difficult conversation with them to address how hurt you were, how you felt like they were not there for you, they did not reciprocate the essence of your friendship, they look you in the eyes and they tell you that you're very needy. They now they now accuse you of being transactional. Like, these people are very good at manipulation. They flip the table. They look at you and tell you that, oh, so you are basing the realness of our friendship on if I am able to be there for you because you were there for me. They just switch the whole thing on you, and then you become confused, like, oh my God, who am I dealing with here? Now, if you had seen that video I uploaded on Simply Very Elijah, great, because you got all the tea. But if you haven't, um, I'm just going to retell you the last few points I made on that video. And this came as a form of advice from my ex, one of my exes. You know, this person, having dated this person for a few months and studied this person's life, I realized that this person was the true definition of a friend to few, but a bestie to none. We will talk about someone that is a Pisces, just like me. His zodiac sign is Pisces. A Pisces, just like me, that is completely detached from anything called friendship. That person was a true definition of it. You talk about someone who who does not feel like he owes anybody anything. If you think you know the person's best friend, trust me, you don't know, because this person does not have a best friend. And if you think you're in a relationship with the person, he'll be like, I did not promise you anything. Like, this person loves himself, like in the most selfish way. Right now, I'm describing this person to you so that when you hear this advice he gave me, then you understand where it's coming from. Right? This person selfishly loves himself in the most selfish and greedy manner, that anything he does for you as a person, it is because he knows that it's going to come back beneficial to him. If he's not going to benefit from that situation, never. He's not going to do jack for you. This is someone that if you have a need, he will look you in the eye and tell you your need is too expensive. But that need you're talking about, it does not even equate to the price of a flight ticket to America for a 1 week vacation for this person. That is how selfish this person is. Anyways, enough of the descriptions. So this person, broke up a while ago and then called me out of the blues. How are you? Da, 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 da. I'm good. And then he's like, oh, so what have you been up to these days? I'm like, nothing. But that's what I would definitely say, nothing. Or am I supposed to sit down and start telling you that, oh, I did this, I did that? Come on, you're no longer in my life. So, and I'm like, nothing. I'm like, okay, fine. Have you been going out? I said, no. Why? And so I was like, I know you never used to go out except somebody, invited you to go out. So why haven't you been going out? I'm like, well, you know how it is in Nigeria. As a female, you can't just pick up yourself and go to certain places that you want to go to because of the stereotypes and the stigmas, so you just have to look for your own fun in your house. And he said, no, you don't have friends because it's your fault. And that was why he started schooling me on the types of friends I should have, on the types of relationships he believes I should build at my age. This conversation we had was about 4 years ago. Yeah, yeah, 4 years ago. 4 years ago. He said, you need to understand how to build a social circle, in the sense that you are the type that likes having a best friend, because he knew the best friend I had before. And I in a way, I'd met this person because I was hanging out with that best friend. So every time he would tell me, oh, it's because of your best friend we met. I'm like, no, my best friend did not introduce me to you. We met by chance. So, so it's always, oh, your best friend. So he said, you are the type that likes having a best friend. You like having one person and you confide in that person. That person is your everything. That person is your confidant. You're a committer to that particular relationship. And he told me that is completely wrong. I said, why? Do you want me to be do you want me to be promiscuous like you? And he said, no, that what he was trying to explain was, at my age, I should have a friend for everything. He said it does not mean you should have 100 friends, but if you can, go ahead and have 100 friends. He said the reason is this: you are able to protect your heart from any failed expectations. He said when you have just one friend, you are burdening that friend with too many expectations. When you have just one friend, you expect that friend to be your shoulder, to lean on, your ears to listen to you, the eyes that will also shed tears with you when you're sad, the mouth that will advise you when you need someone to advise you, the person that should be physically present for you whenever you need somebody to be physically present for you. And then that person, you expect that person to be your travel partner, your partying partner, your praying partner, your advisor, your therapist, your cook, your this, your that. That is a lot of expectations to compound on one person. That's what he told me. And he said, remember, your friend is also human like you. Your friend also has their own needs. Your friend also has their own struggles. They have their own expectations. So if you as a person have all of those expectations and you are pouring all of that on just one person, it is not fair. Because when that friend is not able to meet up to all of those expectations, you begin to see them as a bad person. You begin to see them as not not good enough for you as a friend. And then the fact that they lapse in certain areas of your friendship, it begins to blind you to the times when they were there for you, to the times when they were good and when they were able to meet up to your expectations. So he said, if you need a friend to travel with, make that friend. If you need a friend to discuss business ideas with, or maybe partner with, start a business idea with, or whatever, have a friend like that. Meet someone, like look for people like that, that have that business mindset, that are not sentimental, but are very logical. Look for friends like that. If you need a gossip partner, a gist partner, somebody that is a party animal, maybe you are not a party animal, but you need a friend that's a party animal, that enjoys having fun, that enjoys going out, going for brunch, going for dinner, going to the club, to bars. You need a friend like that. There are people that are built for that kind of lifestyle. Look for friends like that. It might not be one person. It might be a group of people, girls, guys. Just tell them that, oh, whenever people are going out, I would love to join you people. And what he advised me was, oh, you always complain about the stereotype in Nigeria of how, you know, females are stigmatized, especially when they want to go out at night. So if you have a group of people like that, maybe a group of five, a group of three, a group of four, in a way, it could help you rise above that stereotype. So you're not missing out. You are living your life. You're living your life, and you're not losing out. You're not missing out much. So he said all of these things, and it sounded interesting to me and strange to me at the same time, because I was laughing at myself like, Lori, you don't even know how to, you don't even know how to. First of all, yeah, first of all, because when he was giving this advice, I asked him a question. I said, so all these things you're saying, it makes sense. So don't get me wrong, but are you not saying that I should go out of my way to start introducing myself to people and, letting people know that I want to be their friend? Because I am not that person. I'm not that person. I don't chase friends. I used to, but after all the betrayals and all the disappointments, I stopped. I don't chase friends, but I know that I am a good friend. So I asked him, how do you want me to go about this? Like, he said, no, go out. When you go out and you see people that you like their vibe, introduce yourself. Introduce yourself, talk to them. But before you make an introduction, watch the vibe, watch the setting, observe them, and see if they look like, if their body language suggests that they are okay to be approached, because some people are not approachable and they don't want to be approached, and that is fine. So he was just giving me tips, you know, and I thought it made sense. I thought it made sense. And he also advised, okay, if you meet someone for the first time and you people have a conversation and you like the person's vibe, you like the person's energy, you like the type of conversation you had with the person, and you would like to have further conversations with the person, make sure you get a contact, maybe their phone number or email, just get it and follow up. And I'm like, but the kind of person I am, if I call people and they don't pick and they don't return the call, and it takes them a long time to even return the call, that is the end for me. Because for me, you have turned me into the chaser. You've turned me into the person that should be chasing you. And for me, I believe that if your friendship or a romantic relationship is going to work out, there has to be mutual effort. Meet me halfway. I shouldn't be chasing you, and then you are here, you're waiting, and then when you decide, you now start making snail, like taking snail steps. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'm asking you all this question. I've asked you a lot of questions, but I'm asking you all again. With this advice that my ex gave to me, what do you all think? Do you think he's right? Do you think it makes sense? Is it something you found yourself doing before? And if you've done it, did it work for you? Or is it something you've never tried before and you would like to try it? What are your thoughts, guys? Let's have a conversation. I'm going to go ahead and share the link in the comment section. I'm seeing your comments already. I'm going to go ahead and read your comments. But if you want to share, please click on the link in the comment section to join the conversation. So let me read this comment. Oh, by the way, guys, I forgot to greet you people in the comment section. You're all welcome to the conversation. Thank you so much for engaging in the comment section. All right. Okay, so let me take this one from MoTG Live. Says, I understand the feeling. Let me see. He says, I understand the feeling, Glory. I know you are highly intelligent and already understand. Oh, thank you so much for that compliment. And already understand relationships or situationships a lot. The thing is, most people in the world are not good friends to anyone. I totally agree with you. As a matter of fact, and this is not me assuming, as a matter of fact, a lot of friendships, relationships now are very, very transactional. People are so obsessed with the idea of making new connections, which is not a bad thing, which is actually a good thing, because the way this world is now, they say the world is a global village. It's not just a global village in the tech sense of it. When it comes to communities, right? Building communities, you need to create those connections. So people are so obsessed with making new connections now that they forget the humane side of it. A lot of people go into building connections, networking with people for what they stand to gain out of it. People are now completely blinded by the benefits of becoming friends with people and building new connections. They're actually seeing that these people that they're about to engage in these levels or at these levels are actually humans that comes with human wirings, because we're humans and we're wired as humans. So I totally agree with you, Moti G. And he says, um, but there are only a few people who are more logical and understanding. I totally, totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Erica, Erica, you're so welcome. I'm happy to see you here. Erica says, sometimes I throw at okay, I'm assuming that the emoji you used means party, because honestly, I don't understand. But yeah, so sometimes I throw party at my place. They will all come they will all come invited to eat out, and I will pay for everything. I will travel outside the country, bring them gifts and whatever ever, and I will still feel friendless. Okay, yes, I understand what you're saying, Erica, and I presume it's because you do all of these things to sustain the friendship, but they are not reciprocating your energy. And that is what I mean by saying that most times people are just selfish, and they are in friendship relationships for what they stand to gain. Listen, Erica, the moment you stop throwing those parties, inviting them for eat outs, and you stop buying them those gifts when you travel out, trust me, they will begin to spread word about you that you're a bad person. Yeah. Okay, guys, if you want to contribute to the conversation, don't forget to click the link in the comment section. Let me take this comment from Daisy. Daisy says, Gloria, I agree with your ex, although it has to be done tactfully. The advice is the best. That advice. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Tact is key with that kind of advice. It that guy is a smooth operator. So when he was saying all of those things, I've actually seen him in action. So I've seen how he moves around people. He's very, very good at, moving around circles and just making friends, but it's very, 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 very sneaky about it. Sometimes you would think you've known this person for years, but this is someone that you just met. So he's very good at that. So I agree with you. Kim Okuns said, I honestly do not have the energy for too many friends, I beg. I totally get you, sis. I get you. I mean, I like friends, but even when I find myself amongst a large crowd of people, I begin to feel overwhelmed. I begin to feel like my social battery is running out. So I can be very, very social, very, very friendly, laugh, 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 but I have a time limit. And the moment I begin to feel worn out, I just want to escape that space. So I totally understand you. OG Ohio says, to be safe, they are better called acquaintances for good reasons, so as not to be caught unawares. I totally agree with that as well. Acquaintances is the safe bet. And you see, yeah, with this advice my friend gave me, I think I have also heard him refer to certain people around him that we used to hang out with that, oh, eh, these are just my acquaintances, but they're not my friend. So I'm like, when people hang out together, people travel together, he'll be like, yeah, doesn't mean that they're actually my real friend. I'm like, oh, so they are not like your friend, but you know them. They're your acquaintances. So that person always had a smart way of, structuring his friendships. Okay. Okay, Pretty Patty is saying, don't mind him, please do you. Okay, that's another angle to it. Daisy Dreams said, when I was falling out with my friends, my mom asked me if I choose my friends or if my friends choose me. That is a very, very interesting question. Very important one at that. She said, the only friend I went out of my way to choose is my longest lasting friend till this day. Your mom is a very, very wise woman. You see, that question is a very, very, very good question. And if I am not, if I'm not assuming too much, I think I understand where such a question applies, honestly. Because you see that thing about you choosing your friends or your friends choosing you, I think it also falls into the category of friends that actually pick friends for different reasons, which is the same advice that my ex gave me, or if you need a friend for this purpose, pick this friend. If you need a friend for this purpose, pick this friend. It's, I think it would take a lot for you to be very, very lucky to find a friend that you picked and they also picked you. So both of you picked each other and it's mutual, for real. Guys, I don't know if you're seeing the link in the comment section. If you want to contribute to the conversation, click on the link, all right? Click on the link in the comments section. Okay, so let's continue with the comments. This one is from Pretty Patty. Pretty Patty says, God has God has created us in a different way to do what makes you happy. We are not the same. That is very true. And can't never be the same. Friendship with some people is difficult. We have to be careful with making friends. And that is also very valid. We have to be careful about making friends. You cannot say that because you're scared of being alone, because you don't want to be seen as a boring person, you want to jump into every type of friendship situation that is available out there. And you see, yeah, there's this misconception about people that do not have a lot of friends. I've heard people say that a lot, that, oh, if you don't have a lot of friends, it means there's something wrong with you. No, it does not mean there's something wrong with you. I've heard that a lot, and I always wonder, like, where is this coming from? People always assume that the people who have a lot of friends, it means they have very, very good social skills. It means they are very, very good people. They have very good behaviors. They have very good personalities. Whilst those that do not have a lot of friends, they are very terrible people. They are not good people. And that's a bloody lie. That is a bloody lie. Anyways, let's continue. This one is from Timothy. Hi, team. It's such a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much for coming. Tim says, it's crazy how friendships evolve. Growth, too, makes us lose friends. It's really hard. Sometimes we confuse acquaintances with friends. Love you, Glory. Thank you so much for that. And that is so true. That is so true. Some people are in friendship relationships where I think it's still the same thing as what I mentioned before, that sometimes you regard someone as your best friend, but they don't see you as their best friend. They don't. They don't see you as their best friend. You confide in them, you tell them all your secrets, you tell them all your pain, all your sorrows, you tell them all your good news. In fact, you tell them the good, bad, and ugly of your life. But then you you wake up one day and then you realize that, hey, I've been the one telling this person everything about me, but I don't know much about this person. This person does not really talk to me the way I talk to this person. And that is when you realize that you've been bestieing yourself alone in that friendship. It happens to my elder sister, and this one really pained her. It pained her. She had a best friend in this guy in our church. The church, I used to attend the church with them. She had this guy as a best friend, and she was telling him everything. My sister was literally an open book to this man. And He was very good at listening. He was very good at giving her advice. I mean, he was there for her, always listening. But then there were certain things that would happen, and she would realize that he wouldn't even talk to her, he wouldn't even confide in her, he wouldn't share anything with her. And she'll be wondering, like, is it that I talk too much? Is it that I am oversharing with this person? And because he was such a good listener, he was such a good buddy, she was so comfortable in that friendship for the longest time until I don't know how she found out. I don't know how she found out, yeah, but she just discovered one day that the way she saw this guy was not the way he saw her. She was telling everybody that cared to listen that, oh, that's my best friend, that's my best friend. But he had never for once mentioned her to anybody as his best friend, not even a friend. And my sister was so hurt. Shay. And I felt really bad for my sister because unlike me, that is I'm not too emotional, but in a way I'm soft. So unlike me that's very soft, my sister is not very soft. She's not very soft. She's a very, very self-aware person. She has been self-aware for the longest time, right? So making friends for her does not come easy. She's not the type of person that just makes friends with any Tom, Dick, and Harry. She's very picky, she's very selective. So when she announced that, oh, that's her best friend, that's her best friend, I'm like, okay, this is very interesting. So imagine you being very picky and not being the type that is easily available to you, being friends with any and everybody, and then that happens to you. So imagine how hurt you would get. So she was really hurt. It was really painful for her. It was really painful. I felt really bad for her. Okay, let's take this comment from David. Hi, David. David says, one person's best friend is another person's acquaintance. Reciprocity doesn't exist in friendship. Compartmentalize to protect. Absolutely. And I feel like that caps up everything I've been explaining here. Okay, let's speak with Timothy. Timothy is here. Hello. Oh my God, Timothy. Yeah, hi.
I'm good. How are you doing, Glory?
Oh my God. Timothy, I'm fine and I am so happy to see you. I am so happy to be talking to you. It's always a pleasure. You're welcome.
The pleasure is all mine, and the feeling is mutual over here. You know I love you, Glory. That much you know.
I know, I know. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so
And
much.
to begin with, thank you so much for giving us content back to back. You've been engaging us on your channels, and that is so
You
good.
know,
And I mean, you revamped your
thank you.
studio.
Thank you
You
so
have a
much.
brand new studio, frankly speaking, with Glory. The
Mhm.
background is big. It is so nice. Thanks for having invested in some good monies.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
Thank you so
getting to
much.
the issue
Thank you.
of getting to the issue of friendships, it's really crazy. And actually, sometimes it may not even
Mm,
be entirely like in your 30s, but like generally, as one ages, it can also be in your late 20s or something. As one ages, it's crazy to maintain
yeah,
friendships. Sometimes
true.
you just choose your peace. You choose your peace and you decide to let go. Because what I've realized in my own story is a lack of reciprocity. You become good,
Mm,
you listen to this, you give time to your friend, you're there for them whenever they are going through it and everything. But when it's your turn, somehow, somewhere they don't turn up for you. They become somehow,
exactly.
sometimes also friendships have to be categorized. There's when you have friends and a bit of closer friends whom maybe you can call best friends of sorts. So there's when they are just not emotional available for you there. You're
Mm,
going through something, just like you shared earlier in one of your videos you are sharing how you
mm,
how this best friend that you had almost lost you during that time when you lost your dad. Uh,
mm,
the friend wasn't there for you. They couldn't even call. They couldn't even reach out. They couldn't, you know. and that's the time you even needed them the more. So sometimes you're
Mm-hmm.
there for people, you do all these good things for them, you're there for them, you
Yes.
think about their birthdays, you celebrate their special days, you take them
Mm-hmm.
out, you do all sorts of favors for them, but they never turn out for you. They never do the same for you. And I mean, I'm not saying you do that to expect, but I mean, you equally get drained. You also need someone to be there for you. You also need them to have that level of thoughtfulness, that high
Mm-hmm.
consideration, that bit of checking in and knowing how you're doing, that level of consideration of knowing that, oh, Glory loves this. She would appreciate if I did
Mm-hmm.
this for her. And they go ahead and do that, but they don't. So when you go through a series of such and people don't turn out for you, you just decide to be you, find your own space and zone, and you cut out almost everyone. And that's when people think you're hard, you're too complicated, you're proud, you're everything. But that's what gives you peace because you've tried to invest in friendships
Mm-hmm.
and they're not just paying out. So will you just continue being in that kind of phase forever when you're just getting paid
Mm-hmm.
with disappointment, pain, sorrow? Of course not. So it is really, really
Mm-hmm.
crazy. I know sometimes it gets a bit lonely, it gets a bit, but you'd rather have your peace than have people who are not just adding up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. As a matter of fact, when you mentioned not reciprocating birthday celebrations, I just remembered an experience I had. This was in 2018. Yeah, 2018. I had a best friend, was living with this best friend. So I loved this friend so much. Like, I loved this friend so much. I think one time on my channel, I had shared that I could literally fight for my friend. That was back then. Now I'm not a fighter anymore. I'm a lover. You know, I could literally fight for my friend. So that was how defensive I was of my friend. So we shared the same birthday month. Hers was up ahead in the month, and mine is 27th, of the month. So it was approaching to her birthday, and then I asked her, what do you want for your birthday? She said, oh, she wants a blonde wig, she wants this, she wants that. Now, this friend, I was living with this friend, and I was really grateful for it because I needed to leave home and she took me in. And the job I had, she had assisted me in submitting my CV to her boss's brother. So I was so grateful. For me, that was like a beautiful gift that she had given to me. So my salary arrived, and I think that was like my second salary after working at this new job. So a day or two, her birthday fell on a Friday, I think. I think on a Thursday. I can't remember the particular day because we actually went clubbing. So I told her, okay, follow me after work. We went to the market, this big shopping market and shopping center market in Lagos. We went there and I took her to where they sell wigs. That time was quite affordable, not now that it's cutthroat prices. So I took her to the market, and with my salary, I had not removed a kobo from my salary. And at the time, my salary was 104,000 naira. After removing pension and taxes, I had like 74,000 naira left, or 70,000 or thereabout. I took that salary with my ATM card. We went to the market and I told her, okay, pick the wig you wanted. And she picked. And I told her, okay, get a handbag, get a dress. And like I literally shopped a whole birthday look on that my meager salary. Yeah. So she was so happy. She was so excited. And when the person she was dating took us all out to celebrate, that was what she wore. I was so happy. Seeing her happy, I was happy. Like I was genuinely happy because I loved this person so much. Fast forward to my birthday, 27th of February. No, oh, I forgot to add that the night we were going to the club to celebrate her birthday, I started my monthly flow. And at the time, my monthly flow came with very serious abdominal cramps. So normally when it happens that way, I would not go out. I would just sleep, lay down on the floor, put my belly facing the floor, and I'll sleep so that the pain
Mm,
would ease. But it was her birthday and I could not be there. So she had invited two other friends plus myself, and I had forced myself to go. And we have this thing of every time we go out, I am always the one recording her. She loves being in front of the cameras. Me, I don't like being in front of the cameras. Not like I don't even like it, but it's like
He
you would
was
take
photogenic.
good videos and stuff. Yeah. So I was the one making all the birthday videos and stuff while struggling to manage my cramps. Now, fast forward to
Oh,
my own birthday, 27th of the same month, right? 2, 3 days later, before then, I told her, she knew. Guess what she did? A day to my birthday, she went to the market. This girl shopped and shopped and shopped and shopped. She bought 5 handbags. She bought a lot of tops. She bought a lot of clothes. She bought shoes. She bought a lot of things. Now, I don't know whether, yeah, probably her boyfriend gave her money and she had a lot of money. So she bought a lot of things and she came back home with this massive shopping bag. And I saw it and in my head, oh my God, my friend bought me stuff for my birthday. Guess what? She looked at all of those things and said, yeah, because she was feeling guilty already. She knew I was gonna ask. So I'm like, because I don't want to spoil what I thought was a surprise. So I'm like, where did you get money to buy all this? And she was like, the person she was dating gave her money, so she just thought she needed a makeover for her work outfits and everything. I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. So I said, okay, let me just hold my peace and wait. Maybe she's going to surprise me the next day for my
mm,
birthday. Guess what? My birthday came and no happy birthday, no nothing. She started acting like she was sick. I said acting because she went out and came back. It was on a Tuesday. I will never forget that day. And she's like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not feeling okay. I said, okay, fine. So in my head, I'm thinking, I've never really celebrated my birthday the way I want to. So I'm going to do something. So at that time, I was seeing someone and this person was completely unavailable. That kind of rocky relationship. So I said, okay, I'm going to take myself out. And I've never gone out by myself. But that night, I said, no, I cannot just sit at home and not celebrate my birthday. My friend is here. She's not doing anything. So I said, I'm going out. So what did I do? I dressed up. There was another friend of hers that was in the same house with us, and that friend was telling her that, why can't you go out and celebrate your friend? You should go out. She was like, that she feels like she's coming down with a fever or something, that she doesn't think she can go out. And
what?
that friend was now attacking her verbally, like, why are you so mean? Like this girl literally started her period on your birthday night and she followed you and she was uncomfortable all through, but she was there, she was making all the videos, taking you pictures, doing everything, bought you a wig, blah. And she was like, hey, should I kill myself? Should I kill myself? So I got upset. I did my makeup, I dressed up, and I went out and thankfully, the club I decided to go to, they did not give me any problems because I decided to dress like a proper birthday girl. So I went to that club and I found like a single table, and I was just there and I took my mocktail. I was having fun. And this other friend of hers came and joined me, which I was grateful for. And then the person I was seeing at the time, who was completely unavailable, out of the blues, just called me. Oh, where are you? Because we shared birthdays in a way. Like my birthday is today, his is the next day. So he just called me. He's like, where are you? I said, okay, I'm at this particular club. And he said, okay, fine. And he came, which was shocking. He came and he bought me a bottle of champagne. He asked me, is there any other thing you want? I said, I don't want anything because I don't really like champagne like that. So he stayed with me for a bit, told me happy birthday. He was asking me, where's your friend? I'm like, well, she's not here, but I'm fine. So in a way, that sort of uplifted my spirit. I was happy. But then guess what? After an hour later, my best friend now showed up. And when she showed up, I was just looking at this girl like this. She came and she hugged me and she was dancing with me. But for me, at that point in time, I just realized that nah, the energy is not the same.
I
It's
know.
not. I mean, I'm grateful you housing me. I'm grateful you assisted me in getting a job. But treating my birthday like it's an ordinary day, nah, it's a no-go area. And guess what? All of those goody things that she bought, she never gave me one.
What?
Nothing. Yeah. And this is on God. She gave me nothing. Nothing.
Oh my
Nothing.
goodness.
She gave me nothing. And I asked, I said, all these things you bought, is it for you alone? You didn't give me anyone. She was like, I wanted to change my office. I said, okay, fine. Nothing.
Oh my
But that
goodness.
was a
Can you imagine?
huge lesson for me. Yeah, please go ahead, Timothy.
It's crazy,
Hmm.
and now you can imagine. And we are human beings, we are people, we have emotions, we feel, we connect, and all
Mhm.
that. So you can imagine someone doing that and the effect it has on you, especially moving forward and how you view people. You would definitely not be the same. You can't be the same. You can't just open your arms wide for any other person because any other thing you'll be having that bit of trauma in you. You'll be like, okay, I invested heavily in my previous friendship, and guess what? I was treated or rewarded with. Can you
Mhm.
imagine? That girl was so mean. She was so mean with all the
And
kind of
yeah,
thoughtfulness she had. Yes.
I couldn't hold it. I couldn't hold it against her. And you see, this is why as I evolve, as I grow in age, there's something I have been teaching myself. I've been teaching myself not to be at the mercy of anybody. Because when you are at the mercy of people, right, when they hurt you, you will not be able to speak up because you would always be shut up by what they are doing for you. And what do I
Yeah.
mean? So, because this friend was my best friend, when I wanted to move out of my parents' house, she invited me to live with her, which I really was grateful for and still grateful for, you know. And because she was the one that submitted my CV to my boss and I got the job, she was the one that negotiated my salary also, which was quite small, right? But it's fine. I was so grateful to the point that there were a lot of things that happened. And I just felt like, nah, if I talk about it, it would make me seem ungrateful. It would make me seem like I'm a bad person. And I did not want
Hmm.
to come across like that to people. So I kept quiet. I swallowed a lot of things. So even that birthday incident that happened, do you know, I had to convince myself that I had no right to be angry about it because I was living under this person's roof. And that was
I
how I
see.
was able to let it go. Yeah, that was how I was able to let it go. I had to tell myself, why should you be upset? She allowed you to live in her apartment. So who gave you the right to be angry? I had to convince myself. Yeah.
Hmm. It is really crazy, Glory. And sometimes you wonder because even me looking at my own life, I see somehow I've lost friends. I'm quite okay. Naturally, I think I'm a highly sensitive person. I'm an empath, and usually people who are like that, they are always kind, they are always thoughtful, they are always there for others. They listen, they are good listeners, they are good communicators. They make sure they are there for others. So somehow, somewhere, some people have had to take advantage of that. Like whenever this person is going through it, they come to you, you listen to them, you counsel them, you make sure that you're there for them, you take them through the grieving process, you make sure they're okay. Some of them heartbreak issues, relationship issues. You're literally like a counselor or a therapist of sorts. So I came to realize that at one particular moment, people are using me for only that. Whenever they would be having issues, it's when they would be coming to me. And when they're okay, I'm not anywhere on their mind. They don't reach out, they don't know how I'm doing. And then some of them it would be financial related things, like when this person is in need of financial assistance, they come to you, when they need you to help them with
Mhm.
money, and some of them don't even pay back. You don't hear from them anymore, but only when they have a challenge, it's when they come to you. So I sat down and analyzed, and I'm like, what are friendships really? What are true genuine friendships supposed to be? How are you supposed to come up with a real genuine friendship? Because I mean, even when the other person initiates and they want to make a friend in you, how are you supposed to like also give in and it becomes both ended, that balance between? Because I've come to realize sometimes the friendships I've initiated, the ones I've wanted, like started, sometimes the other person is not in for it. And also somehow the same is true for me.
Mhm.
There are some friends as well who have maybe wanted to initiate, and somehow somewhere we don't click and have not given in. So how then shall we find true and genuine friendships, Glory? That's the question as we age. Meanwhile, it's crazy.
I mean,
It's really
Timothy,
crazy.
I honestly, Timothy is asking me.
No, it's crazy, like
I'm
for
gonna answer that.
real. It is crazy, and I
I
mean,
don't know
the
about
more
this
we
one.
the more we go through these, the more we learn how to set boundaries, and the more boundaries we set, the more a bit of close-ended we become, and fewer friends we get. So I don't know. I guess
Yes.
that's just the new normal. I guess that's just the new normal.
Mm, yeah. I think to answer your question you asked before I let the next person speak, what I am doing now is I'm not forcing anything anymore. I'm a very friendly person. I am also approachable in the sense that my my aura is quite attractive, right? So I'm a very approachable person. So if people approach me to have conversations, I'm open to it. I'm not a snob. I'm open to it. But I am now very my antennas are now very, you know, awake and alert. So I listen to cues, I watch people's body language, I try to be very observant, and I try to see if if these are the types of people that want to be chased for friendship or not. If they're the types that enjoy being chased for friendships, I back off. But if I see that they reciprocate in that conversation we're having at that point in time, like they are
Mm-hmm.
forthcoming with information, because there's a way you're having conversations with people and you say something and they reciprocate with more with information from their own end. That is how
Mm-hmm.
to understand if people are the types to volunteer information or if you have to force it from them, right? So I listen to those cues when I have conversations with strangers or with new people. And if I see that the conversation flows easily, I am not digging for information, but the information is coming freely from them. Not like they're just overly yapping, but in a very mature way. I would like
Mm-hmm.
to pursue such a friendship, right? Or such a connection. So that is what I'm doing now. I'm taking it easy. I'm not pushing anything. I'm not forcing anything. If it happens naturally, it will happen.
That is true. And then as I finalize, Glory, it's when it comes to
Yeah.
romantic relationships and all that, it is very important for us as people to know our attachment styles. There are many attachment styles. There are people who are anxious attachers, there are people who are avoidant, and all those things. So it is very important for people to know their attachment style. And every attachment style comes with its own history, abandonment issues during childhood, and things like that. For instance, myself, I'm equally an anxious attacher. Usually, anxious attachers, they are clingy, they are more lovey-dovey, and I mean, you could be one because you love a girl, you love a girl. So it's important for people to know these things, so that as you try to get yourself into any relationship, you know your attachment style, and you find someone who kind of, goes along your line. Sometimes people don't just have any idea about their attachment style, and they keep on getting attracted to emotional and available people. Every time you fall in love with a person, it's the same kind of, that's the same way they behave, the same. So usually it's because you're attracted to people who are avoidant partners, and avoidant partners, they drain the hell out of you. So it's very key for people to
Mm.
equally know their attachment styles, and maybe they find someone whom they will fall in love with, who won't use it against them. Otherwise, I love you, Glory. Thank you for the great
Thank you
content,
so
and let me keep
much.
listening from my side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Timothy. I saw that this attachment style that you mentioned now, you had commented it on my latest video on my other channel, Simply Glory Elijah. And it made me, immediately I saw your comment, I quickly went to read up on it. And it was so eye opening, very enlightening because it just gave a name to everything I was describing on that video, right? And it was really helpful. And I also discovered that that does not only apply in romantic relationships, it also applies in, you know, normal friendship relationships, platonic relationships as well. And just as you said, I think it's very important for everybody to learn themselves, to know where they fall into so as not to fall victims into very draining situationships or maybe romantic relationships, because it can be very, very draining and it could just birth a new type of trauma. You're working on your own and you never had any trauma, but then you find yourself in a friendship relationship or a romantic type of relationship, and before you know it, boom, you have a trauma. It's
Which I
just
know, right?
insane. Yes, for real, it's
Bye, Glory.
insane. Thank you so much, Timothy. Thank you so much. All right. Let's start with Jay. Hi, Jay.
Hey Glory, how are you?
I am fine. It's nice to have you here. I can't really see your name in full because of my interface here is just looking weird. So sorry if I'm
Uh,
not pronouncing your full name.
no, it's well. It's Jay Fansworth.
Hey, Jay, that's what I'm so happy to see you. My there's an upgrade going on my interface, so I can't see every single name that's here. But thanks for joining. How are you?
I've been well. It's just that I've really missed out. It's like I clock in to watch your sessions on Saturdays, or sometimes I remember when you're remaining with just a few minutes to. And usually you've been having interesting topics. I think the last time
Mm,
I logged in for like the full session was when we were talking about was it Stroll the movie? Yeah,
yes.
I've really missed out so much. But good enough. I usually catch up with a preamble towards the live sessions that you always have. So
Thank you.
finally, we are having live sessions for Simply Glory and not Frankly Speaking. I know Frank. I hope you're warming up for Frankly Speaking. Eh? You know that show that makes you so busy.
Hey,
I want
good.
to get you. So let's enjoy this one while it lasts, because that one is also about to, have your
Yeah.
BP go through the roof. Otherwise, yesterday as I sat down and I listened in and I realized, oh wait a minute, this video was actually put up 2 days ago. The video the one we're talking about today. Uh,
Yes.
I realized, wow, what an interesting topic. And I wanted to share my side of the story. Well, as you shared yours, I realized we are sort of like the same, but
Mm,
the other way around. Because your story is about how, in your childhood, your parents, were really not into you having so many friends, crying. But, well, for me, it was the
yes.
other way around. I was the kind of a person that
Mm,
had all kinds of friends in all spaces, and I was the person who always holds people together. If
mm,
there's any conflict, two people are going at it. Jerry, where are you? You gotta settle this. Yeah.
mm,
So and I was the person that, not to brag, but I think because of my personality, maybe, as the person that everyone considered their best friend. Now that kind of made it hard for me to say, you know what, you are this person in particular is my best friend, because now
mm.
everyone is looking at you and they're wondering, okay, so who is he
Yeah.
going to choose? So now there, I just have to,
It means you're
you know,
very popular.
so you know
You
how
were you were like the icon everybody wanted to be associated with.
so you know how parents, it's hard for a parent to come out to their kids and tell them that, you know what, this is my favorite child, but you as the kids, you see how they treat, that their favorite kid. They just tell you, we love you all, but they can't really come out and say Glory is our favorite kid. Yeah. So Well, that was also a
Of
bit challenging.
course.
Yeah, it was challenging. I enjoy the thrill, everything. I'm a person who's been told that, you know what, I'm likely to suffer from multiple personality disorder. Because, Glory, if you find me in club, you'll be like, wow, is this a doctor? Is this a doctor in the club
I
really
would
doing
love
the
to
things
see
that
that. I would love
he's
to.
doing? And then when you find me in church, you're going to wonder, wow, okay, who is this person? And then you know how you go for and then you know how you go for let me say you're in a certain space and then you've brought a certain group of friends and you're being praised as the very good person, and then these other people are like, you guys, you just have no idea, you have no idea, you haven't seen the other side of this person. And it's like totally alien to them. They're like, who are they talking about again? So that's why I say
Wow.
I've been told I'll suffer from multiple personality disorder. I can easily switch. Yeah. And then there's also this thing, you walk into a space
I
and
don't think it's a bad thing. Sorry, Jay. Jay? Jay, can you
yes,
hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Jay? I don't think it's a disorder, in my opinion. I think what happened is you are able to hold your own in different spaces. And I think anybody that can do that is just very, very lucky to be able to do that.
So one of the things that helps me to cope is I have the ability to compartmentalize.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then the other thing that I thank God that He has given me, that glory, I will drink myself stupid, like I will really black out. But when it comes to my memory, I'll be able to tell you things from as way, like, I don't know, from as, like, people are always I never forget. That's the biggest problem. So if you're someone who's good at lying, then you're really going to have a big problem when you're in my space. Because this memory of mine, well, it comes also with disadvantages because those things that you want to keep away and totally forget, you find yourself always remembering. But anyway, so I enjoyed all that while it lasted, until I reached a
Yeah.
point where I realized that it was becoming too much. you know Everyone expects so much. I got worn out, if I should say. But what really broke the camel's back was that I started realizing there was some kind of betrayal. Some people were being more of leeches, and the person, how I told you, everyone is considering you their best friend, but then there's one person you really relate with and you think they are your best friend.
Mm.
And just like the previous speaker said, people take advantage of one's vulnerability. I'm sort of also an empath, and one of the biggest, I would
Mm.
say, people say it's a good thing, of course, but I feel like people have taken advantage of that, and I sort of hate myself for that. I am too kind, Glory. I don't like seeing people being
Mm.
bullied. I don't like seeing people suffering. So I am
Mm.
the kind of a person that I would rather you had the things that you think the things that you think should be the things that make people happy. Like, I would
Yes.
be having money and I'd be like, have the money, take it, me, I'm good, I don't need all these things, just take. Until you realize that, oh shoot, Glory, I'm just going to have to log in back. My device has blacked out. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Guys, whilst Jay Farnsworth is working on his device, don't forget, if you want to contribute to the conversation, the link is in the comment section. All you have to do is click on it and you will appear on the screen and interact with us, just like Jay Farnsworth is doing right now. All right. But whilst we're also waiting for him, let me see some of your comments. Let me take this one from Peace. He says, my advice my advice is do your thing and do it not expect okay Do your thing and do not expect anything from anyone. I believe we are created differently. Some people have the energy to do extra, while some don't have that. Understanding a friend is the best. Yeah, nice one. Nice one. I think David was responding to someone. I'm not sure. Says, "Oh, I'll attend your funeral." Okay, I don't really know the context there. AB said exactly is foreign. Okay, maybe she's responding to maybe a speaker or a former speaker. Um, okay, AB still says it's always good to know oneself and define every relationship before it started or while it is getting started. Very, very important point. And I totally agree with you. Medina Abubakar says, the older you get, the more you realize you need connections with people. And that is very true. That is very true. That is something I am beginning to realize. As much as I love and enjoy my space, as much as I love and enjoy my peace, as much as I don't like unnecessary drama, you know, sometimes the silence becomes too loud and it makes me overly aware of the fact that I don't have friends. It makes me overly aware, overly conscious of the fact that I don't have friends. And so my coping mechanism becomes throwing myself into more work to keep myself occupied. And then sometimes I end up getting burnt out, and so the circle repeats itself over and over and over again. And then when I want to diffuse, I go out, did I say diffuse? When I want to decompress, I go out and then just try to be amongst people, especially people that I don't even know. So it's exhausting sometimes, trying to do the same thing over and over again. All right, let's speak with David. David, you're welcome. How are you?
Hi, Glory. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I was Farnsworth coming back? Is that him? Is that
I
Farnsworth?
can't see his name. I don't even know. I don't know. My interface is
That's him.
so okay. I
That's
think
him.
it
Glory, I'm
was.
back.
That's
I'm
him.
back. I'm
Let him
back.
go. Let
Okay.
him keep talking. I will just wait. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Jay Fansworth, you're welcome back. Please carry on.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Carry on.
Okay, so like I was saying, so as I got older, I think in my late 20s, I started realizing that the pressure was becoming too
Oh,
much. And there's such a saying
Mm,
I've seen in some spaces, and actually it did hit me hard, that as you're growing, if you realize, especially for people like me, if you realize that you're not losing certain friends, if you still have the same number of friends that you had in your childhood, then you know there's something wrong with you. Probably you're not growing,
mm,
you know? So I started
mm,
seeing all these. I think I was the person who just, enjoyed making people happy, and I didn't want to see conflicts going on. So it became a challenge. But then when I started seeing all these little things like the betrayal, the people who are being more of leeches and all of that, then and then even when I hit rock bottom, like for example, when I lost my very first job just after I'd gotten out of the university, I started seeing people disappear. So I wondered what was going on.
mm.
Then right
Whoa.
now, to cut the long story short, now I'm in my early 30s, and to be specific, I'm 32, and I've seen
Mm,
right now. I think I could say I keep those people around, but they are more of acquaintances. I have
mm.
two people who are my ride or die. That's mostly for the guys. I have two guys. They're my ride or
Yes.
die. Yeah, they've been there through thick and thin. And then I don't know about maybe other people have it different, but for me, I've realized that my female friendships are more reliable as compared to my male friendships. Why do I say
Mm,
this? I'll give you an example. You will
mm,
lend out money to the girls and they will be able to pay you back. or they are able to come through anytime you need them. And then for the
Wow.
male friendships, for the guys, you might as well just say, you know
Wow.
what, take that money. You'll be surprised if they pay you back. Or they'll
Are you
never pick up your
serious?
phone calls. They'll try as much as possible to avoid you. And then you're wondering, so what happened? So most times it's not that even you even want the money back, but you know, try to communicate, something like that. Yeah, that is one thing that I've realized when it comes to money issues. It's even when you have like you want to start up like actually I reached a point where I totally stopped having any business dealings with any friends because we sort of had a savings kind of thing that we thought would keep friendships together in certain circles, but all the circles that involved guys, we always had conflicts. Now,
Hmm.
there's the ones where the ladies were, you'd always trust that, you know what, this was going to go through all the way. So, as I've grown older, now I have two guys that I rely on all the time. I can call anytime. And then for the ladies, they are still there. But then I also had to, kind of narrow it down, because there were really many, there are many. But that doesn't mean that I cut off people. I don't cut off people. It's you who cuts yourself off because you realize when you do not call, I'll also not call you. When you don't
Hmm.
text, I also not text you. I am not that kind of. As I've grown older,
Hmm.
if I need to go out, I remember, and I'm trying to compare this with what you shared. You talked about like
Yes.
when you are out. So because at a younger stage, I was able to have all these people around me. It was easier for me to have friends around. Trust
Hmm.
me, it's very much easier for me to walk into a club without my friends that I know and see a group of people having fun, and I carry my drinks and go join those people. And by the time we finish, they'll be like, "Wow, how come we've not known you all this time? Where have you been?" And then they'll take
Hmm.
my contact. But guess what? That will be the end of the night. I'll never want to hear from them again. Yeah,
Hmm.
until I meet another group of strangers. But how has that?
Hmm.
How did that come up? Also, it's that even when I started working, these local trips. Like I come from a country. Okay, I come from Uganda. We have so very many national parks and what have you. Like okay, let me say like
Hmm.
Nigeria. You may be having your sites of So there are usually these local there's usually local tourism. So maybe you notice that there's a group of people going somewhere, I join them, and that's how I'm able to, I don't know, kind of make up for that life that I didn't have before, now that I have few people in my circle. And when I'm at home, I don't really feel that noise because I have my music. First of all, if I'm not watching music, there is the news I'm catching up with and I don't know. You won't find me listening to the local news, but you'll find me listening to CNN. I want to know what's happening in the world because what happens in the world, I noticed, kind of affects what happens at home. You know, or you'll find me watching my movies and series. Or if I'm not in that, then when it comes to my spirituality, so the church that I go to, you find okay, we have prayers on Sunday, but on Wednesdays there's a fellowship for us to catch up in the evening to catch up on how the week has been, what was preached. So that pours into my spirituality. There's that group of friends like you shared about your ex-boyfriend who told you,
Hmm.
have these friends who pour into you, who fill your cup. So maybe that is also what kind of
Hmm.
helps. But then there's also something I've realized also along the way. There are certain
Hmm.
spaces where I cannot tell myself that I will seriously have a friend that like fully trust, especially places that involve competition, the kind of competition that's unhealthy.
Hmm.
And which spaces am I talking about? Those are like the workspaces. A workspace is a place where I will have colleagues, I'll have
Yes.
acquaintances, but I will never have a friend in a workplace. No, that cannot happen because I have not liked the experience there. You know, if you are this high achiever, um, I don't know if you also noticed it as you grew up in school, at the university. You know, there was competition, but it wasn't the kind of competition that you find in the workplace, where people are really wicked, are willing to go the mile
True.
to, ruin your life. That is where I think even my eyes go, and I was like, is this what they call adulting? You know, like, the
Mm.
kind of thing where your parents sit you down and they're like, now you've gotten a job, but you should be careful when you're in the workspace. They're all,
Mm.
and you're like, no, that's not how, you're all gray, you're all naive. You're like, I don't think that will happen. I'm a person that people will get along with, till you reach the workspace and you see things and you're like, what is this? So there are
Mm-hmm.
also, what I also want to say, maybe to add to this conversation, there are certain spaces that I don't think you can find, like, those kind of trustworthy friends. Yeah, because of
Yes.
the unhealthy competition. But
Yes.
all in all, like also the previous speaker said, it also depends on your personality. But I also want to say, you see, as you were talking, there was this that friend of yours, the one you said, I think she looked like a model, the friend, the second friend of yours. Yeah, that one. The one who
Yes.
didn't attend,
Yeah.
Yeah, when you really needed her, who didn't show up. Yeah, that one. So I believe because of her kind of character, she's the kind of a person who could easily make friends, could get into spaces. I know there are certain experiences I didn't have while I was in high school. And I felt like, for example, I can
Mm.
say, I would see people going to, the dance hall, those weekend dances that would happen in high school, and I'd be like, you won't find me there. But here I reached the university, and these friends of mine, they were smart. Yeah, we were smart in class, of course. Because one thing always remained in all this craziness of life. I always had to make sure that, you know what, I have to make my parents proud. And how do I make them proud? I don't get suspended or what, and I make sure that, I'm performing well in school. But
Mm.
then here I reached the university, and I want to say, as sort of, you see this person that has been telling you that, I will dance crazy and what have you. That person wasn't, I wasn't that person. I was this guy who was, who would be like, wow, what is that? Like, what do they usually call them? Geeks. Yeah, the nerds, eh? The
Yeah.
nerds
The
in school.
nerds.
Yeah, the nerds in school. So I
Yeah.
would, as that kind of a person, till this friend, actually, I would say she was she was like the smartest person while we were at the university in my class in my year. So one time we go
Mm.
for, like, these house parties, and then she sees me in a corner with some other friend. For us, we were like, wow, we shall just stick to our drinks and watch what's going on. It's like, you know what, you people, you're joking. We are going to get the beast out of you. This whole, playing nice thing. No, 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 no. And guess what? By the time we are finishing our course, I'm the one who's leading the whole crew on, you people, where is the next party? Where is this? Where is that? So I think that friend of yours could have played that part in your life. Of, like, I know my friend Glory, she just likes sitting at home, doing, having her space, her personal space, and maybe she has challenges in making friends, but maybe if I tried this way, or took her out and showed her around, maybe, maybe that's why. And now I think, okay, I would say that person right now to
J
you.
Password.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
let me try to summarize, because
This.
I'm seeing people getting on. Yeah. Oh, please go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It is
Yeah.
that friend, yeah, the
Yeah.
one that was a model.
Yeah.
She was just like you. She knows how to navigate her way around spaces and groups and crowds. and she's very noticeable. Like she attracts the kind of people that she wants to attract. Now, she used to do that. She will invite me, oh, let's go out, and I'll follow. But guess what? At the same place where she's inviting me, she has already invited so many other friends of hers. So what ends up happening is when it's time for, of course it's a lounge or a club, people are dancing and we're all dancing. This is what she'll do. She will now, if we are three that went out, she will now stick to that one person and she'll make it very obvious, right? So she will go to the restroom. This thing that ladies do, you go to the club or restaurants, you must go to the restroom to go and touch up your makeup. So she will go with that person. If I
And take
suggest that,
photos in
oh,
the
I want to go
mirror.
to the restroom, let's go.
Mm.
Yes. She will never invite me to go to the restroom for the bathroom break, the bathroom selfie. She'll never invite me. If I suggested, she will say, don't worry, I'll watch your drink. She will not follow me, but she will go with that person. And they could go as much as 3 times for the entire duration we're at that place. So what
Mm.
happens is she will be generous enough to invite you out, right? But
Yeah.
she will not flaunt you as her
Mm-hmm.
friend.
Mm-hmm.
So she will never go out with you alone. She will always invite others that also look like models. I don't know if I look like a model or not, or maybe I'm
I
not
get.
aesthetically pleasing. Do you understand? So there
I
are
get.
those ones that are tall. I'm not a very tall person. So there are
I
those
hear you.
ones that are very tall. Do you understand? So
Yes, I hear
for
you.
me, I would rather not go out with such people than to
Mm-hmm.
go out and I'm feeling left out in the
Ah,
midst of a crowd. You understand?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now the downside, let me try to even summarize because I see more people have come up. So the maybe the
Mm,
difference is that this person, the kind of friends, okay, and that has also helped me that when I realize people I want to say that who are like you at the time I want to keep them engaged. I see you seated down, you're getting up, my dear. I'm introducing you to everyone that's fun, because there are always those people, they know, their weaknesses. Because a good friend, you always know your friend's strengths and their weaknesses. So in certain spaces,
true.
you'll notice them curling themselves up in a corner, and you'll be like, no, 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 no. We came out here to have fun. We're all having fun and we're all living together. So maybe that
Hmm.
was, yeah, the downside on her end. So
Yes.
why I shared all this is I think you now see the opposite between you and I, that in future maybe, let's say, if you had like let me say you are like a mentor or you become a parent, maybe you would want to have your kids, have more engage, have people around them, because I feel like that
Yes.
sort of also helps them to be confident in whatever space they find themselves in. That if I go
Yes.
to a bar, if I go to let me say I've gone for a trip and I found there are strangers, I'll go for trips. I've gone for trips and I find they are strangers and I'm having fun with strangers, and that is it. We've had fun there, but I'm not bringing them back
Mm-hmm.
because I realize the toll that it also brings on you when you have all those very many friends in your space.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, and then also knowing in which spaces are you supposed to define who colleagues are, acquaintances, and the friends.
Mm.
Then just because you are, let me say, you go to church with church folks and what have you, do not think that there is the place you're going to get friends who you can trust. That is where you'll find, recently I just found out, that is where you'll find friends who never pay, and you do not know how to tell them, excuse me, brother, sister in Christ, you're not paying me my money, what is happening? Eh? And then they'll I always bring money in the I'm always bringing money in this because money is what's destroying relationships. I don't know. Yeah. So
Mm.
those brothers and sisters in Christ, they also have their, share, yeah, of issues. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm glad that you've shared with us this, and I look forward to, and I've really missed you. Yeah, and everyone, I see David,
Um,
Eskuko, and everyone here. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Jay Farnsworth. You don't always talk for long. Every time you talk for long, I appreciate it because there's just so much to take away and learn from you. So I really appreciate this time out with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's speak with David. David, you are welcome and thank you so much for waiting. How are you?
I am good. Thanks. It's good to have James Farnsworth on. It's been a while. It's been a minute. Yeah, like I want to start from where he stopped, right? Brother and sister in
Yes.
Christ, please pay up. Please, brothers and sisters in Christ, pay up. There is no shortcut here, I'll speak for 5 minutes because I have to go somewhere, but I'll probably come back if you're still
Okay.
on. I'm just letting you know I'll just speak for 5 minutes. I look at the time now. Okay, good.
Okay.
So I think I listened to your first Simply Glory. I watched the last two actually, even the most recent one, the one that was not just friendship, but you took a deep dive into romantic stuff, and it's I don't know where to start from. I guess the first thing is who is a friend? The definition of the issue is this: if you don't know if you don't have expectations, then you are wasting your time. You know, you know how in your
Mm,
most recent Simply Glory, that statement you said, the most recent one, the one you posted, right, where you said
yes.
you're not in anything that was going to be more like let's wait and see, let's test the waters, right?
Mm,
There is no testing of no waters here. You know, if you put your hand, right, if you want to test water, right, and the water is hot, and you put your hand in it, how long does it take you to test waters? You test like seconds, right? And you take it out, right? You don't test waters for days,
yeah.
for months, for years, and then later
Yeah.
now say, "Oh, I don't feel like doing this again." No, 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 no. There is no testing waters, right? You're laughing, so you have to for friendship now. You have to because this one is on friendship, right? You have to
Mm,
have some expectations. What is a friend? So, what is a friend to you, Glory, may not be a friend to me, and this is where the problem starts, right? I remember in med school, back in med school, then like we had, and friends are made. You make friendships at different points in time for different reasons, right? Some friends are made in times of adversity, right? So you're going through something, you are because both of you are going through that thing at the same time, you guys became close, right? So it's different. You can't say that there's a this is how to make a friend. Anybody who writes a book, if you see a book titled 10 ways of making a friend, that do not buy that book. That's what I'm saying. Like there's no this is the way, this is the answer to it, right? Nothing like that,
mm,
right? But if you don't know what
true.
to you may be a friend. When you read what I was saying when I said a funeral, I'll attend your funeral, right? What I meant was it was a
Mm,
continuation of my previous comments, right? What a friend means to one person may mean
okay.
a best friend may mean something like this. If you need your if you have kidney problems, I will give you my kidneys. That's how strong some friendship are, right? On the other hand, some friends are like,
Mm,
oh, I'll only come to your funeral. Once you're dead, I'll attend your funeral. That's it. They don't really care for you. I don't know if you get the context now. They don't really care for you per se.
yeah.
The difference between an acquaintance, a casual friend, a close friend, and a lifelong friend. Those four things I said, they are not the same, right? There are some people that you spoke to them 10 years ago. If you talk to them today, you pick up from where you stopped 10 years ago. There are some people like that you guys are really, really buddies. But there are some people that I'm telling you, you talk to them like what Farnsworth was saying. He sees them in the club, they exchange numbers, and that's it. He doesn't want to even hear from them again, right? So you have to know what you want from that person. Let's put it that way. You have to have an expectation, even for friendship, not
Mm,
just for romantic stuff, right? I'm saying even for friendship. What's a friend, right? And friendship is dynamic. I'm going to stop here because I said I have 5 minutes. I'll soon have to leave. I'll
true.
come back. Friendship is dynamic, right? So the
Right.
friend you know in high school may not be the friend you have now. If you've moved on, life happens to everyone, right? Friendship in
True.
itself is very demanding. It's like you have a garden, you have to tender, you have to take care of, right? You have to take care of that garden, that flower, right?
True.
If you are away, long distance friendship, for example, if you're away, it may be difficult. And it's dynamic not just from the angle of time, it's also dynamic from the angle of where are we now? Because when I said this, an acquaintance, you can have a casual friend, someone can move all the way to the someone that is an acquaintance today might become your confidant tomorrow. That's what I'm saying, right? And because things happen to both of you, that you shared values and all that. At the same time, do not forget that it's not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. So someone who's a close friend today might become an acquaintance tomorrow, right? It behoves on you now, you the individual, to be able to tease out your friends and know, hey, where do I stand with this person? Don't deceive yourself. Don't be calling someone your best friend when that person does not call you their best friend. Or what if you're going to call someone your best friend? Make it clear. This is my best friend from my own perspective. Put that sentence there from my own perspective, because that person may not be seeing you as a best friend. In fact, the person may be seen as an acquaintance, right? You cannot separate, when that your friend that said daddy issues, that you have daddy issues, the one that said you have daddy issues. You know what I'm talking
Mm,
about, right? You see, it's true.
mm,
I don't even know how to tackle that question, that issue, right? But if someone says that you have daddy issues, my response is that the person has mommy issues too. It sounds funny, but there's a reason why I'm saying that. You can only understand something if you have something in a receptor in you that identifies that stuff. That's what I'm saying, right? It sounds funny, it sounds technical,
mm,
but it's true, right? You're laughing. Yeah, you can laugh, you can laugh all you want. And one more thing before I go, right? This is 2025, right? The internet, when you are in your teens, the internet friendship, now it's even we're in the digital space now, right? It's even more, people are married. They are married to their phone. Their phone is their friend now, right? And I'm not joking. People, this is where they
true.
take their soccer now. This is their pets now, is their phone, right? If you can't, people are
Mm,
losing that social skill of, I want to meet someone and just talk to them. It's even gone now. It's out the door, right? So what you're up against now is really, really a lot. I'm not trying to scare anyone. It's just what it is. People have to stay where they are now, right? Do you know what it means to all the story you've been through, right? All the things, Glory, you've shared, your vulnerability that you gracefully shared with all of us, right? At least you did not share something like this. And I'm about to say what they'll call a Nollywood script, right? At least you did not share something like this.
mm,
You will not believe that I got married and the next day my husband was sleeping with my chief bridesmaid. You know what it means for your best friend to betray you to the point of snatching your husband. So I'm just trying to tell you that even
wow.
in your how the lady did not come for your birthday, she came at the end. In fact, that story you said, that one of the other guy, your ex, the one that has a birthday a day after you, right? That came and bought you
Mm,
champagne and all that. That story, that's your friend sees you as a benefactor, not a best friend. She is your benefactor in
mm,
in the in the person's eyes. I got her the job. I got her the space. Like, that's what I'm saying. You don't know what the other person sees you as. Unfortunately, you can't crack
yeah,
someone's
true.
head. You can't crack someone's head and say, "Oh, how do you see me?" They will never tell you. Maybe if you hypnotize
True.
them, you get them drunk so that they can talk, so their lips are loose. Maybe it's a case of how they do on a Big Brother on Saturdays when they're doing the parties and they're drunk. Maybe only in that situation, that's when the person will tell you, "Oh, Glory, you're not my friend. Actually, I just see you as a blah 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 XYZ, fill in the blanks, right?
Mm,
Yeah. So she saw you as a benefit, as you are, she
mm,
is your benefactor. You, on the other hand,
true.
were saying, "Oh, this is my friend. I bought something for her." Oh, no, 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 no. The expectations were not right from the outset, right? So you have to
Mm,
know what it is now, right? Don't assume there is this. See, as times there's no more room for assumption. Like, you gotta know what's it. Nothing like testing waters again. I need to know. I need to know, right? And this has nothing to do
mm,
with I'm 35 years old. Even if you're 25, even if you're 15, I'm telling you,
mm-hmm,
there's nothing like I assume. You can't be living your life on assumption. And if, like I said
mm-hmm,
earlier, if you're testing, the test should end. Every testing something ends. It's not an eternal thing
Mhm.
that keeps going on and on, right? And keep your and then you're now open to anything that happens. Let me keep quiet now. I'll see if I can come back because I see someone dropped up already. You can keep any questions
Mm.
you have for me. I'll entertain you then. Don't worry. Just move on.
All right.
I'll run. Yeah. Thanks, Zoe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. Looking forward to you returning. Thank you so much. That is deep. All right, let's speak with Chigozie. Chigozie, hi, Dr. Professor Chigozie. You're welcome.
Wait, good afternoon. Can you
Chigozie, are
hear
you
me?
there? Oh, I can hear you.
Yes, can
It's
you
a
hear me?
pleasure speaking with you today. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Good afternoon. Good
Welcome,
afternoon.
welcome.
Fine. As I was watching that video, I felt like we are having a conversation together. I've watched that video at
Wow,
least two, three times now, and all I say like,
wow,
can this video never end? It's like we are having a conversation with
wow.
each other because it's currently what I'm experiencing in my own life. And before I know
Hmm.
it's your story, I'm not here to come and in as much as I want to share my own, but it's very important that I acknowledge your struggles with friendship makings. What your friend did
Thank
to you
you.
was very unfair.
Hmm.
For me, birthday gifts, I've literally, because if you check one of the comments, I said that I'm usually the type who gives out a lot. And sometimes the energy I give out, I don't really receive it. I've not really been
Hmm.
successful when it comes to friendship like that. So, but one thing I need to let you know is that even in our quest for friendship, never lower your standards. You have
Absolutely.
you set standards. You're on a high pedestal right now. Don't lower your standards just to meet up with everything. See, with everything that David has said, and with the guy that talked about the attachment theory,
Yeah,
it's really
Timothy.
something I just need to look into. I
Hmm.
really need to look into. So for me, my own version is that I would say it was from my own fault. It was from my family background. For me,
Hmm.
my mom is how do I put it? A spiritual person. She's an evangelist, and my
Hmm.
dad is more of a disciplinarian. So we never had opportunities of making friends growing up. Visiting
Hmm.
our relatives, cousins was like it was really a big deal. It was not like
Hmm.
as families you can visit each other. It was really a big deal. So for me, it was going to school, come back, go to church. To make friends, I even had to like because I had right now I can't even sing again. Back then when I was a kid, I could sing. So I had to join
Hmm.
the children's choir just to see if I can make friends.
Hmm.
And one thing that
Hmm.
I got the wrong advice then, which is what is happening now, is that oh, you need to give out for you to receive friendship. In my own case, I bought friendship from people all the way from my secondary school, from late primary to secondary school. I kept
Hmm.
on buying friendships. And at
Wow.
that point, I noticed it wasn't working out for me.
Hmm.
Going to my university, I found it hard to make friends because I was not the partying type of person.
Hmm.
I was more like an introvert because of like the strict training I've received at home. That anything partying
Hmm.
or going out is like a crime or something like that. So those trainings still
Yeah.
took me through my university days, and I found it hard to make friends then. Well, fortunately, I was able to make few friends. But the things I noticed is that I kept on giving. I initiate the facts, I initiate the action. They don't really need to tell me to get them something. They don't really need to give out anything. I'm the one who gives out. And in that way, just like your ex put, they put me in the category of someone, of a friend who they can collect from and never give to. And it was because I gave them that impression that I'm a
Mm.
friend who gives out. Because of, I'll put it plain, partially on myself, not really on the person who gave me advice, because I should have been sensible enough to look at that advice and know it was wrong. But at that point, I was young. So I still take the blame on myself. I wasn't sensible enough then.
Mm.
So coming now into my age and early 30s, I when I started working, I had a friend at work who we are still good friends now. But the thing that I noticed, just like what you just said in your video, like I put my all in that one person, and
Mm.
it was overburdening for them to the extent that
Mm.
I told this friend, oh, let's hang out on a particular day. This friend said that, oh, they're not willing to do it, they're tired. I didn't believe this person. I said, oh, that you're lying to me. You want to do other things, hang out with other friends. This person also encouraged me to make friends with others. So I'm like, oh, is this a way of you pushing me out? He made us even quarrel for like a month. We were not in talking terms for a month.
Mm.
So these things happen on and on. For me, I've learned at this age to make not to really give out again. It's not like you're not giving out again, but the level at which I would give out, I had to curtail it. I have to see that it is
Mm.
mutual between us. You know, and I
Yes.
found out that I started doing it. I'm implementing this advice. I have a friend, I have like this girl in my workplace. We're not actually dating, but she likes to go out a lot. She likes to visit places. I'm like, okay. And sometimes she will call me and I'm like, oh, because I'm an introvert per se, and I'm trying to move her from being an introvert to being the ambivert,
Yeah.
which is like the middle. So, recently after that watching your video, I called her, I said, oh, um, whenever you want to go out anywhere, you want to tour, maybe London or maybe like places outside, let me know. I'll actually join you in doing that. At least I've gotten one friend for going out.
Yes.
But
I'm so
yeah,
happy
my
for
other
you.
friend, thank you. My other friends, like, being such much of a burden to them, I realized that I need like to stop it because I realized that I'm not really getting the energy back. I give them, but I'm not really getting the energy back. So for me, it's about curtailing the energy at which I give out, lessen it,
Mm.
and see. And even self, I'm even giving myself the advice, even if I'm trying to even make friends, which is even difficult for me, even in this place whereby as you try to make friends with a fellow Nigerian and with the betrayers and everything that you've heard from people who've betrayed people, who've done things to people, it's actually difficult because the level of trust is lacking there.
Mm. Mm.
So I'm really trying, but it's not easy. But still, I'm still giving myself the advice I gave you. We should not lower our
Mm.
standards for anybody.
Yes. I agree.
That is
I
it
totally,
from my
totally
own
agree.
end. And that video was very, very encouraging. Even like if you could keep on making the can you I have you finished the 30 series? Is it has it ended?
No,
Please,
no, we just started. We just started.
please, because I am following through and it's really
Yeah.
interesting because moving into my late 30s now, I'm learning a lot from this from that video. So if
Mm.
you have any questions I could entertain now, I am finished talking. No, I don't talk too
I
much.
have. I have a question. I have a question. So I personally have a problem. So um, I am a very I am very curious minded, right? So back in the day when I meet people, the first question I would ask is, "Oh, so what do you do?" Because I'm always very interested. Oh, what do you do? I want to know what you do. I want to know what you're on about. And some of the feedback I got was, you're too inquisitive. So I toned it down. And yeah, I toned it down. And sadly, I sort of automatically erased that part away from my personality. So now when I meet people, I could be having a conversation with someone for months and I have never asked you, what do you do? So sometimes
Mm,
it might come across as I'm unbothered. But for me, the way I'm interpreting it in my head is I'm respecting your privacy. I'm
yeah, I get it.
respecting your space. You understand? So, but for the other person, it might look like I'm not interested. I'm actually very interested. If you tell me now, I will bombard you with questions because I'm dying to know. So, my question to you is um, in your profession, do you meet
Mm.
people and do you connect with those people? Are you comfortable with asking them questions to enhance your friendship or maybe your connection with them if there's no friendship?
I For me, I think conversations leads to conversations. I would actually keep it that way. If you want to, because one thing came to my mind when you were asking this question. If you want to know someone's line of work or something, maybe you could talk about something related to work or your own work or what you do, or
Mm,
maybe tell something about a story about like a business environment or something like that. The person would actually chip into that conversation, and with that, you know, m- m- with that, as a mainly, the person will actually drop, a line or two about what they're
mm,
doing. But like you said, the thing is that don't force it with the
mm,
conversation. It could just be like a light discussion for us, with here. You're very sensitive with what you say to people because people can easily misinterpret things. It's
mm.
easily misinterpret things. So for us,
Yes.
have light conversations with people. Tell your stories. Tell your own stories about things you want to know about them, but do not share too much in details.
Mm,
Somehow they would actually open up, but do not expect that to happen like maybe like in the first day or something like that. Maybe
mm,
in the second or in the third chat or meeting you have with them, they will feel free to open up themselves to you. But you need to
mm,
come in a lighter way to them, and that is what I've actually learned, even relating to like why what would I put it like that? White people, per se, let me just put it like that. I've found out that things in it for me. Let me just finish it. Talking with white people, I've discovered something that they love to talk about the weather, pets, their families. They love to talk a lot.
wow.
Yes.
That's
So,
that's
someone can
different.
just start telling you at work that, oh, I'm showing the pictures of their pets, like compliment. Oh, like there is a colleague of mine, oh, she always come down and tell me about her national name of her pet is Puppet. I always ask her, oh, how's Puppet doing? Those kind of things. When they feel
Mhm,
relaxed with you, they can
mm,
easily open up, but you have to give them room.
mm,
And even something, finding it like, in making friends, you can find like any organizations or, like any organization or something like that, or club necessarily, that like all these friendship clubs, or maybe all these Rotary or charity clubs or something like that. I don't know whether you've heard about Rotary, because I've heard about it one time, Rotary or something.
I've heard about Rotary here in Nigeria, but the one in Lagos, it's like it's for the elites, not for peasants.
Yes, like something related to that. Yes, I know something related to
Yeah.
that kind of like organization. Maybe like leadership organizations, or something like that. You could maybe like take interest in one, and from there meet people that may be like of like mind, because that is one thing I think
Mm,
I was just thinking of just recently, of starting to do.
mm.
Even if you're like
That's very
you're an introvert
interesting.
also, but I understand the struggle seriously. So
Mm,
you could just try it out and see how it
yeah,
goes, but nevertheless, don't lower your standards for anybody. Get into the conversation light.
absolutely.
Don't form like you're
Absolutely.
too inquisitive, because the person might actually think that, oh, that you're
Mm,
a private investigator, or someone who has been sent to
mm.
monitor them. Yes, I think that's like
Yes.
it could go towards that angle, and the person will start drawing away from you.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I have one last question for you, Chigozie. Very briefly, or you could sum it up in one word, because I'm very curious about this. When you told that friend of yours that enjoys exploring places and the world to invite you whenever she wants to embark on all of those trips, how did you feel? Were you happy? Were you relieved? Did you feel unburdened? How did you feel?
I actually felt relieved, because I was like thinking to myself, oh, how do I put it without making the person think that I'm coming for a romantic relationship or something like that?
Mm,
Because
mm,
she has invited me once that she was traveling to, going somewhere on a trip. Oh, she asked me to come along. I told her no, then I wasn't actually available. Well, I was actually available, but I didn't want to go out anywhere. So I felt
mm.
relieved. I felt unburdened. I felt proud of myself that I've actually taken one step into doing
Yes.
something to enhance my friendship.
Yeah.
So for me,
Yeah. Honestly, I'm
doing that,
happy.
I have to like know the language I will use like a safe language, not to instigate anything. I just do that, oh,
Yes.
I remember that you had a previous trip that you wanted us to attend, but I couldn't attend it due to something. Oh, whenever you want to go for that kind of a trip again or something like that, please just let
Yeah.
me know. I'm available, and this is like summer period. I wouldn't want to like stay alone. I would just like to explore the environment and see how it looks like. That kind of
Mm,
tone, because
yeah.
you don't want to like suggest anything to the person.
Yes.
So I'm really happy with myself for making that step. But if I
Yeah.
see that it is costing me much, I have to step back again, because I
No,
won't
but you
lower
know
my
what you were
standards
saying?
for anybody.
See, this is huge. This is a huge leap you took. And I'm so happy for you. I don't know. I'm so happy for you because, you know, especially the friendship dynamics between opposite genders, it could be quite
Yes,
sensitive and tricky, right? And I like the fact that you
yeah,
mentioned it. You had to choose your words wisely, so it doesn't come as though you're suggesting things to her, so she doesn't begin to think otherwise, like you probably have an ulterior
yeah,
motive, But that is so brave of you, and I am so happy for you because you just won yourself a mutual travel partner
yeah.
because she invited
Seriously.
you, you accepted, and you encouraged it. So it's mutual. It's not a thing of you as the guy is trying to force it to happen and she's making excuses.
Yeah,
So my biggest joy is that it's mutual and it makes it more beautiful. So I am happy for you. Please make the most of it
Thank
and
you.
enjoy it. Yes. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much,
I wish
Chigozie.
you all the best. Please continue with the 30 series. I'm really enjoying it. No matter where it stops, start up something like that again. We could all enjoy it.
Yes.
I This was like my answered prayer for you to come and talk this about. I wished for it and then God answered my prayer. So thank you very much for this, and I wish you all the
Thank you
best.
so much. Thank you. Thank you and amen. Thank you so much, Chigozie. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's speak with Anu. Hi. Anu, you're welcome.
Hi, Glory. Good evening.
Good evening. You're especially welcome. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's great to be here.
You're
I
welcome.
I like got the notification for the live, and I was like, oh, I need to be here. Like this is the kind of topic that interests me. And shortly before I saw the live, I saw that you had done a video, so I was like, okay, when the live is done, I would go watch the video of your 30s without friendship video and everything.
Hmm.
So I don't know if you probably remember me and all, but maybe at the end of the at the end of the video at the end of this chat, I'll just mention where we met or something. So
Now I am very
um
curious.
okay, all right. So yeah, I was here at the beginning, and you mentioned how your childhood was, and
Sorry,
you
Anu, I
mentioned,
remember you.
oh no,
I remember you. I remember you. I think we met at different YouTube events, right?
oh, oh wow, I didn't know you were going to remember.
I remember you.
Oh wow, wow,
Oh my God. Wow.
it's
It's been
me.
ages.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Wow.
we met.
Anyways, let me not waste your time. Please carry on. But
Okay, all
I'm
right.
happy you're here.
All right. Thank you so much. So when you were mentioning about you were talking about your childhood and everything and your background, and I just could relate
Yeah.
to a lot of things, you understand, about not being having so many friends growing
Mm,
up, about your parents not allowing you to make friends, and how that, continued into
mm,
adulthood and everything. So my own story, yeah, is
yes.
very relatable. I could relate to a lot of things that you said, and of course, being in my late 30s, it's been an issue
Yes.
for me. But at this point, I'm trying to make peace with it. You understand? I'm trying to make peace with the fact that I may really not have that best friend, or I may just, this is how I'm not supposed to have friends. You understand? You get to that
Mm,
level of self-awareness, and you know that maybe you are not designed to have friends. You cannot keep forcing yourself. You cannot keep doing everything to make friends, and it's not working out. Maybe you are just designed, and God has given you everything to make that happen. Do you understand? You don't need to rely on people.
mm,
You are independent. You can make things happen. You created this platform out of nothing. You have how many subscribers? You're doing something
mm,
great. Like you, sometimes you just need to come to that understanding that not everybody will have friends, and it's you just have to let that be. Honestly. So
mm,
for me, I think why my own is a bit different is because there's like that whatever of that addition of that, she's pretty. So it is a challenge, honestly. I think this
mm.
is the first time I'll really be vulnerable on a platform like
Please
this.
go ahead.
So
Please
being
go ahead.
pretty, I didn't know that being pretty was going to be make me a marked person. So even with
Hey,
you're laughing. Okay, with the male gender,
people enjoying pretty privilege. Wow.
you you will not understand. So that pretty
Wow.
privilege is just a facade. It's just a facade. Sorry, I work.
Wow.
I have to work 5 times harder than the average person.
Wow.
You just live without privilege. Don't let anybody bobo you, my dear. So mine is that complicated because
Hmm.
the male friendships, they don't really want you as a friend. They want to sleep with you. You don't know who really wants you for you. Then the females are envious of you. They feel you are
True.
pretty, you are intelligent, you are kind, you are a threat,
Hmm.
you are a triple threat. So everywhere I go, it's a
Hmm.
challenge. But as someone, I grew up with low self-esteem in my family. I was very quiet, introverted. I love to read books. You will see me, I read books and it Blitzing, James Adley Chase, pace
Hmm.
setters. I started reading as early as 6, 7.
Hmm.
So he gave me a very broad understanding of the world. So I'll immerse myself in books. I didn't bore was my own once I'm inside the house, and I went to schools that they emphasized on that reading culture. I went to one of the best schools in Lagos. Grateful
Hmm.
for my parents for that. So I was always reading. I didn't bother about that. Was my own. But growing up, I was like a tomboy. I was on low cuts. So I didn't know that I was a fine person. I was my own. But on getting to secondary school, I saw that I was always being bullied. Like girls would just be acting funny towards me. But me, I didn't understand. Like, what is wrong with me? I want to make everybody happy. Like the first person said, who said it was like is like an empath, highly sensitive. I am like a sponge. So I soak up
Hmm.
emotions. I
Yeah.
anywhere I am, I want to make you happy. I notice people's emotions, moods quickly, and it affects me. So I'm trying not to, take on
Hmm.
so many people's emotions anymore. It used to weigh me down a lot, but I'm trying to. That's why I try to limit my
Hmm.
interactions as much as possible. So I'm like a sponge. It's the vibe you give me, I give you. Hey, what is wrong with
Hmm.
you now? I'm not doing it. I'm just myself. I don't understand all these things. So, but on getting to university, it changed. I'll see people, I'll be walking, people will be like, you're so beautiful. You're so, imagine being tall, being light skinned. You know how I am now, being light skinned and
I
pretty.
mean, you are hot.
So,
I mean, you're
I'm
beautiful. You're tall. Oh my God.
my dear, everybody are like, are you from Nigeria? This one, that one, you're so beautiful. You should go and contest for Miss. There's this competition we do in uni then. I'll not mention it so that some
Yes.
people here will not know about me. So they forced me to, they practically, I'm introverted though, nothing concern me with modeling. But they, to the extent that people pushed me to go and contest for that thing. I had to go and contest, my dear. I went to contest because they were like, this is your beauty. Are you a model? This one, I said, which model? Do you understand? So it was in school that
Yes.
I really, really knew that in uni that, oh, God actually blessed me with beauty. Do you understand? So I didn't know, but I didn't know that
Hmm.
with beauty comes is like a blessing and a curse. So you are beautiful at the same time.
Hmm.
You will see shege. So I would meet
Hmm.
people. I want to be friends, guys. Most of them they wanted to sleep with me. My girlfriends, me, I was just everybody was my friend. I'm a very friendly person. Everybody was my friend, but the people that liked me, the people that did not like me, I didn't know how to distinguish. You understand? So it was my first real life encounter with making friends. I know how that can be. So it continued like that, and I made some friends, but it was not until we finished university that I realized that I'm not sure I made good friends. I'm not sure I actually made good friends. So I had
Hmm.
like a bestie, kind of a bestie. We in school were in the same class and everything, but it dawned on me that it was later it just dawned on me. There were so many red flags, signs that are you sure this person was really my friend? I'm not sure she was really my friend. That kind of thing. She
Hmm.
felt she was doing better than I was. She felt she had better scores. Me, I'm not school. When I don't know if you know this term neurodivergent. If you are on that side, you are not this schooling person, but your creativity booms later in life. So that's the kind of person I am. I'm not the school person. But it was later that,
Mm.
oh, I began to blossom. So I was that kind of person. She made better grades than I was, but she was always carrying the thing on her head, like, wait till now. I'm not competing with you. You understand? I'm not competing with you. You know, now when you want to check
Mm.
your results, you want to see, what did I not get? What did I get? Trying to do competition.
She wants to see
What?
your result.
Exactly. So obviously she knew that she
Wow.
saw something in me that me I didn't see. You know, they say people will see your light before you see. I didn't see all that. Me, I was just a
Mm.
friend to her. And I'm just, you are my bestie. It was later when someone mentioned it that this person is not really your friend, but me, I would like to give you the benefit of doubt. I would like to see give you so many chances before I now realize that, okay, truly, you're not my friend. So it was, I just realized also that she was not very open with me. I'm a very open person. When I consider you my friend, I tell you everything.
Mm.
I'm as open as a book. But she will keep everything. Even when she made mistakes, it's like she didn't want me to know that she fucked up in a way. I don't know. There was just this kind of vibe. But like I said, I kept everything away from me. Then both of us, we lost our fathers in our
Wow.
parents. She lost her mother. I lost the same year in uni and everything. So I
Whoa.
remember when she lost her mother, I cried. Which was even looking at me then like, what's wrong with this one? But me being the emotional person, I didn't know that my father's one
Mm.
was coming. So
Ah.
which was looking at me that what's wrong with this one? But what am I supposed? At least I'm like empathizing with you. I'm like an empath. So what do you want me to do? I will try to be there for you as possible. But maybe it was part of the fact that she didn't really see me as that kind of person. You understand?
Mm.
So me, I just let everything go. But you see, it was after uni that I now started, that's the thing. When you begin to grow, you begin to see so many things clearly, better. You become self aware. That's what self awareness
Mhm.
comes. You begin to see
Yes.
everything clearly. So I began to notice some things because there was one other issue that happened, and she didn't also tell me. I was asking, she kept putting it. I was like, I'm not going to beg you to talk. If you don't open up to me, if you're not vulnerable to me, how do I want to know what is wrong with you? You understand? So me, I come, I tell you everything I want to do. I want to take a master's. I want to do this. I want to do that. And you, yeah, she was even when she was dating someone, our classmates then and everything. I was asking her, everybody practically knew. She didn't tell me. Oh. She will
Oh
keep
God.
everything to herself. I was like, this thing is obvious. Why can't you just be yourself? Be yourself with me. At least you say you're my friend. So it was she went for NYSC. I think she met someone. She now maybe the person did not give her the kind of vibe she expected. She now came to me. She was now telling me. I was not like in my mind. I was like, so you have quickly gone to make bestie during NYSC and all that. And you said she didn't. Me, I just kept it in my mind, but I just knew that from then things were not really going to be the same. You understand? I knew that things cannot be the same. So my own part, like I said, my own part is different. I've not really had a 9 to 5. I've more been more on the entrepreneurial side. I'm a self-taught person. So everything I know today,
Mm.
even the sector I'm working in, was self-learned. But as someone I'm very passionate about my growth. It's very important to me. Every year, I always want to do something differently. So and that's what has helped me to where I am. So I try to invest in my growth, and I'm always doing things to better myself. So now they say when you work somewhere, you meet people, you have work friends. Most of the times, those people become your friends, even when you leave the organizations. But because I never really had that, I sought to start attending events to meet people, thinking that when I
Mm.
attend events, it will be easy. I didn't know that yeah, it's not easy. Oh. it is not easy. So, I'll go out, I'll exchange contacts, and being the kind of person I am, I would reach out to the person, and but I will not probably get the same vibe, and I'll let it be. Also, like you said, I don't like to chase people.
Mm.
I'll let it be.
Yeah.
I don't like to chase people. So once I reach out and I see that maybe you expect me to continue to reach out, I'm gone. I have other things I want to do in my life. Do you understand? I have other
Mm.
things I want to do in my life. So it continued like that. It continued like that. During COVID, it was, COVID didn't give us the opportunity
Yeah.
to go out like that. So in fact, during COVID, it was so bad. So you know what I started doing in COVID? I started reaching out to, I don't know what entered my head, but I was like, okay, let me shoot friendship shots and everything. I mean, I know how to write well. The thing will be shocking you. So I now shot a friendship shot at somebody and everything and all. Okay, I would like to be a friend, blah blah, and everything. I saw that okay, maybe we have because of course, you want people that maybe you have similar interests, can write, is on a journey of discovering themselves. They like to
Mm.
read. You just know when someone is like the kind of person you want to be friends. So I sha did that, but I saw that every time you want me to be the one reaching out. I mean, I already told that please, I want this thing to
Mm.
be as organic as possible. I really don't know how to force anything. I don't have that. My personality does not have that kind of thing. I don't have to force things. I am able to read patterns easily. I'm a pattern reader. So once I am doing all the work, you will not see me. So at the time, I'll do that on her birthday. I'll put a picture up on my stories. But I think she was expecting me to always be doing that. After a while,
Ah.
and I even bought a book. She said she was selling a book. I was trying to do things that what a friend should do. Do you understand? If she said she wanted,
Mm.
because she's not based in Lagos, maybe I would have said, okay, let's meet. I would have said, oh, let's set up a Zoom call. Let's see ourselves and talk. But she never even gave me that opportunity. I cannot be the one. I've tried my best and I blanked her. Do you understand? I stopped reaching out to her and I
Like,
let it go. So yeah, it's true now. So I I continue like that. There will be so many other scenarios, I connect at events, but I realized that because of the kind of personality I have and I am, people, I think I unconsciously I intimidate people. So that one alone rubs them off and they don't want to be friends. So I'm just like, I can't keep on doing this. How long do I want to continue to do this? Even the old friends that I thought I had in school, I realized that over time we trauma bonded a lot. It was after I became self-aware.
mm.
I realized that we didn't really have anything in common. My growth, I was, you get to that point of going, that you're doing better than this person, you're self-aware. I don't know. I was like, some of these friendships, I'm not in this clique anymore. I can't continue like this. There was one that happened. In fact, that one, I don't know. I wish I had seen it earlier. So I said I ran for a beauty queen competition. So one of my
Yeah.
friends then apparently, I didn't do too well. Imagine being in front of a crowd of like 5,000. I don't do well in front of the camera. Imagine calling someone that is introverted to come and start catwalking. It's not like I'd cat. Okay, we did some practice, but I'm not a professional model. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
I kind of, I didn't do too well. People made fun of me, on the stage. Even when I was walking back to my hostel, I heard remarks. People were like, that she's so fine and everything, but she cannot catwalk. It was embarrassing and everything. So apparently that my friend was there. One of my friends at that time, she didn't she was one of the people that was making fun of me. I heard from another person that she was making fun of me and all. She didn't come there to comfort me. She was not there to help me. She was not there to provide succor for me. You know what she did that made me know that this was the end. I went to visit her one day and she had like a guy friend there. Do you know what she used to introduce me? She said she reminded me of that incident. She didn't remind me of she didn't tell him of the fact that this person, she's doing well, or
Oh,
a platform that is growing, she's doing well. She told him of the fact that I embarrassed myself. So she was like, I know she ran for so competition and she did this, she did that, blah blah blah. I was
yeah.
embarrassed. I was embarrassed. In fact, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I didn't know what I was going to do, but I just told her that no, you can't do like this to me, blah blah blah. I don't like this. I told her my mind. She was not like, that I should have told her since. This one, that one, I held it in. But there was not, it's not like we're really, really in touch like that. You know, all those friends that they become acquaintances, but that maybe they come into your mind and you just want to see them. Do you understand? So it's not like um we had that time for me to talk about what you did, but you
Yeah.
bring up that thing after how many years? Over 15 years. It was more than 15 years that this thing happened, and that was what you
Ah,
used to introduce me. I just knew that this was not someone I could be friends with anymore. And even though she
yeah.
tried to
Good.
still be in touch with me, I just knew that no, I cannot deal with this kind of person anymore.
It's
So
done.
it's just been, it's not, like I said, it's not been easy, but I'm coming to terms with the fact that maybe I'm trying my best. I'm also working on myself. I know that I'm not perfect. I know that I have my own issues to work on. Do you understand? But I will not allow what other people perceive of me, if they think that intimidates them, if they think that
Yeah.
I have everything easy, even though I have to work harder because things don't come to me easily. I've become hyper independent because of that. Because I don't know how to ask people for things, or people already assume, because they see things that I share on social media, they assume that I'm doing better than them. They don't know that I have to fight for everything I want. I don't have anybody helping me, but I'm just someone who God has blessed, I'm a very spiritual person. I'm able to manifest anything I want. I'm able to manifest anything I want. So I just pray and, God help. I'm not there yet. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? So even people that are even better than you, they have more than you, they're envious of you. And I'm like, how long do I want to deal with this? So even last year, I said, okay, trauma, this one, that one. I said I was going to make another friend. At the end of the day, I'm not going into details, but that also ended in tears. But I think that particular one changed everything for me. I went into what they call like a spiritual awakening, and I just realized that this is how I am. I started to read up. I started to read, more topics around it, and I just realized that sometimes you may have if you are if you are high vibrational, like people sense your energy. Immediately you walk into a room, it's going to be very difficult for you to have friends. Trust me, it's going to be very difficult. No matter.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, yeah. As one who has experienced you one on one, I think we've met on two different occasions, if I'm not wrong. As one who has experienced
Yes.
you, not just met you, yeah, because I did not just meet you, we did not just meet. I experienced Anu, yeah. This is what I'll tell you. You you have a very vibrant personality. You exude so much light. And I'm saying this because as at the time we met, as at the time we first met, the first YouTube event we met at, that was my first ever YouTube event. And I remember what you told me. You said you were working towards starting up your own YouTube channel, but you've not gotten the confidence. So you just keep on attending a lot of YouTube events to learn a lot of things. That was the first exchange we had. And I was so impressed. I was so impressed because I'm like, wow, this is somebody that is really thirsty for knowledge, and this person is really going all out to get that knowledge. So that was my first impression of you, because you were the first person to say hello to me. If you had not said hello to me, I'm going to be honest with you, I wouldn't have had the courage to say hello to you back, because I had my trauma I was dealing with, with all my friendship betrayals and friendship disappointments. So I was sort of wary of making new friends at that point in time. So the fact that you first walked up to me, said hello, and then you checked out my channel and you were just so nice, that was really comforting. I did not expect that, but I sensed how vibrant you were, the light you came with. And of course, you're very stunning. You're beautiful, you're tall, you're light skinned, but you were so down to earth. You were approachable. You made it easy for someone like me to come out of my shell and enjoy that event. We sat together and we interacted throughout that event, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful experience. We exchanged numbers, but as at that time, I was also still dealing with my trauma. So I was not ready to jump into a new friendship. So you reached out, but I did not, like, we did not continue. You reached out, but I did not like, we didn't continue. So until we saw each other again at another time. And the beauty about it was you did not stop. You saw me again and you still, made a move. So what does that say about you? You are a nice person by nature. You're nice, you're sweet, you're approachable, you are friendly, you are you don't hold grudges, because some people would be offended that, oh, I met this person some time ago, we exchanged numbers, we reached out once, and that was it. Some people would be offended, but you were not, because you were quite excited to see me again. So why am I saying all of this? I don't think there's anything wrong with you. I think the light you hold, the light you carry, the power you exude that attracts people to you, it's just so much that those friends of yours, especially that one that is competing as if you are holding a birthright, people like that, they will find it offensive. They'll find it offensive. And what they will keep on trying to do is they will keep on trying to humble you. They look at you, for someone that is tall, beautiful, light skinned, and very intelligent, because, girl, you're very intelligent. I remember that first conversation we had. You mentioned some of the books you had read, some of the things you had done. I was so impressed. I was so impressed. I'm like, oh, wow, such a woman. So I've listened to you talk. And even though you say you're not that much of an academic, you are up there. Your vibration is on another level. So what happens to people like you is people that are not even near half of what you have or where you are, they will always want to shrink you. They will always want to humble you. They'll always want to suppress you. And the easiest and fastest way for them to do that is to embarrass you, is to make you feel inadequate, is to always make you feel inferior. And they always want to put themselves on this very high pedestal that makes them seem superior over you. And
True.
don't let anybody shrink you at all for anything. I've met you, and that's why I'm telling you this. You don't even know, girl. You are big. Don't, and see that friend, please. I hope you've erased that person from your life, because you've done enough. And as you were speaking, I don't know if you saw my facial expression, I was exhausted. It is exhausting. You're trying to continue, chasing after somebody. You try to keep the fire burning in a friendship and it's not alive. The person, you put fire, the person is pouring water. Girl, quench it, scatter the firewood and let it go. It's not worth it at all. Please. And I also do not think that friendship is not for people like you because, girl, at that YouTube event, I wasn't the only person you spoke to. You spoke with other people. Even the second event we attended that we met, I saw you networking with people. You have that thing. You're a people person. And I noticed that there's nobody you meet that will not reciprocate your energy. Anybody you meet, they just accept you. They just accept you. It's not everybody that has that, but I've experienced you, and I saw that you have it. When you meet people, they are just, they just enter. You know how to wrap people in your light, and it's beautiful to see. So don't use one experience to judge your future experiences. That person is not deserving of that kind of. It's like you're giving that person so much power to determine the future of your friendships. It's the person is not worth it. Any other experience you've had, they don't deserve that kind of power. I'm saying this, girl, because I have met you, and to be honest, I'm kind of even shocked that you have this experience. You see what they say about don't judge a book by its cover. You know, honestly, because meeting you, the first impression I had of you was, oh my God, this girl, you're so all that. And I've always thought that, wow, making friends could be quite easy for this person because for me, it's so hard. I struggle with it. But you
Exactly.
told me you were struggling with this.
That's
No.
what people think. That's why I was trying to let you know that pretty privilege is a blessing and a curse. So, and
Mm-hmm.
if you Google it, if you read about it, you see a lot of experiences of women all around the world who are pretty
Mm-hmm.
but are isolated because the world doesn't like the world doesn't really like you because they feel that you are beautiful, you have a currency already. So when you are beautiful and you're also intelligent and kind, then man, you are a triple threat everywhere you go.
True.
People, so even men, I was telling you that it's even a struggle with men. Men want to humble me, they want to bring me down, they are trying to trigger me.
Yeah.
No, I didn't used to know then, but when I looked at my past relationships, I saw that I settled. I was battling with a lot of low esteem issues on my own. I didn't know
Mhm.
my worth, but now I understand better. I'm self-aware, so I understand better now. I know that most of those relationships, I shouldn't have been in them. And even when they try to come back, I know that you can't come back to me because I
Don't
have
go back
moved
to the
on. I
vomit.
know myself now. I know the light I carry. I know myself. I know what I can do for myself. I know the things I've done for myself. So if you want to be my friend, you are coming into my world. I know what I have to offer you. So your sister, you also need to have a kind of energy that you're bringing. Do you
Mm.
understand? Because I
Mhm.
said I'm a sponge. I will just keep on taking all those negative vibes and negative energy. So that's been I don't know, that's been my challenge. it's not
Mm.
it's not been easy.
You know what? You know what? This our conversation. We need to take it a top notch higher. We need to do some high tea ceremony. So I was just checking my phone if I have your number still. Of course, it's been years and I've changed devices a lot. So please, if you don't mind, if you can just email me your number so that I can hit you up after this conversation. We need to have brunch or something. We need to reconnect if you don't mind.
There's no problem. Yeah, I've been a supporter of you. I've always we sat on the same table that day, and I
Yeah.
just saw someone that you told me about your routine, morning routine, that you don't eat breakfast. You can remember. So I was asking you why. I was also looking at someone that I saw someone that is very health conscious, someone that
Mhm.
is, and those are the kind of people that I like to connect with. So someone that is health conscious, someone that knows our what, knows our onions, and and that when you said you were even leaving, I think you were the first person that left on that table. So after you left that table, after you left, we had a competition and I won the competition. You were not
Yeah.
there. I remember telling you I was the overall winner. You understand? So
Yeah.
I won the competition and I was telling you later. So even with
Oh,
that on the
yes, 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 yes,
table,
yes. I remember I had left.
you had left.
Yeah,
So we
I
had a
remember.
Kahoot competition. I mean, I like Kahoots, anything
Oh,
intellectual, I
yes.
like it. So I won it, and
Yes.
of course, it's a women event. When they see that you are someone that is intelligent like that, they will. So, my dear,
Mm.
I don't know. I
Please, please fire me your number via email. I
just,
don't know if you have my email. Let me type my email address. I don't know if you have it, but let me type it.
I think I still have your number. I think I
Oh,
still have.
okay. Okay. Please, let's connect, please. Let's connect. For if it's to do brunch, we do brunch and just please, let's connect.
No
All
problem.
right.
All
Thank you
right.
so much, Anu. And listen, I really, for the fact that you even joined this live to be this vulnerable, honestly, my respect for you. Because guys, if you've met Anu is such a bright, confident young woman.
Glory.
Yes, seriously, seriously, seriously. It's just like I'm putting out videos of some of my experiences on my second channel, and some people are sending emails and they're like, oh my god, Glory, when we see you on Frankly Speaking, we never would have thought that you have this kind of experience. And that's the thing, our body is just a container that is covering so many things that's going on inside. So you sharing this part of you, honestly, I do not take it for granted. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Like I said, when I saw the theme, I was like, oh, that it would be a great opportunity to just share my story. I've never really um, had the opportunity to share it. A lot of people don't know this about me. They just see someone who is hyper independent, who is able to get what she wants, and they don't know that I'm battling with my own struggles of not having
Mm.
friends.
Yeah. I know someone is asking for your Instagram handle. So if you can just maybe type it in the comment section. I think this person really wants to link up with you. Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, and I think a lot of people too would really want to link up with you because I'm seeing the comments. Um, D is saying, Glory, I'm jealous, so I'll be emailing you too. You and that just can't be a person. D, don't be D, send the email. Send the email. This is
Oh,
my email address.
is this D that was on our table?
I don't know. Even that day, I
You
haven't
know this D
seen
that
her.
sat beside you that is light skinned that was
I
asking me,
remember D.
should
I
I sure
remember her. I remember her, but I don't know where she is. I don't honestly. Anyways, I've lost so many contacts over the years because I've changed devices a number of times. So I would. There was even one time. Funny enough, now that you mentioned her, when I saw D's name on my live, I went to check if it is the same D. So I was looking for a number on my phone. I could not find it. So I don't even know if she's on Instagram. If she has an Instagram, and I'll check. I'll check.
all right, no problem. It's been nice. Let me give the other person the opportunity. But it's nice reconnecting and just sharing
Okay.
my story.
Thank you so much, Anu. Thank you so much. I am looking forward to linking up with you, and I can't wait. We will see.
No problem. All
All
right.
right. Bye. Wow. 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 That was just so nice. That was so nice. Okay, I'm taking to see you guys are very funny. I saw Somebody wrote, is it Medina? Medina wrote Anuri, hashtag Anuri. Anu and Glory. Anuri. That's so nice. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's make it. Okay. Jay Farnsworth is back. Jay, welcome back. Hello? Jay? Okay, Jay, you're muted. Let me try and unmute you.
Okay. Hey,
Okay.
Glory.
Welcome back.
Thank you. See yourself making friends, oppressing
Ah,
the rest of us. Eh? See the rewards. Good for you.
it feels good. I think this is now I understand what Chigoze Destiny felt when he told his colleague that he was willing to jump along and go for trips. I think now I understand how it feels.
Yeah, but as she was sharing quickly, I wanted to say, I'm glad David is back because I was about to tell you, I saw him in the chat section. He better come and wrap up this session, not with the
Yeah.
PowerPoints he was hitting us with. Anyway, so I wanted to say maybe as she was sharing, her kind of
Hmm.
people, the pretty privilege, all those people who have a certain superiority in a certain character that they possess, they tend to attract social climbers. I don't know if you
Hmm.
get that. What I'm trying to
Yes,
say
yes,
here,
yes.
someone in the comments said, and you did pin that comment. It was that you gotta have friends who are the same level as you or higher. And then another one, I think it was Daisy Dreams, who said, um, you tend to as those kind of friends tend to want to sort of shrink you to make them feel better. I sort of also,
Absolutely.
yeah, I kind of experienced that. And it is not that I did experience. I sort of experienced it, and I was also somewhat, but a culprit, but not in a bad way. It's that when I see people like Anu the first time, not that I approach them and tell them off. I'm usually prejudiced about them. Like I hold a wrong opinion about them because I'm like,
Hmm.
she must be the proud kind. Until you approach them and have a conversation with them, and you're like, wow, you're actually down to earth. You're actually a human being, you know you
Hmm.
really, you're actually someone who's sociable. And now the downside is that when they attract social climbers, you know those are the very people that, like she said, want to shrink you, and then you lose,
Yes.
trust in people. But anyway, let me go to what I wanted to share. uh Glory, by the way, earlier on I forgot to praise you on this Simply Glory channel.
Yes.
Wow, you are there's a way you have this atmosphere that is sort of like inviting. I think Dee sort of shared that in the comments. It's like it like pulls people in, like you get vulnerable, and then
Hmm.
there's a way you start it, and you're doing your funny things with your face. And then on top of that, I know that you had put something, you were going to talk about your makeup and all that. So I'm looking at the makeup and I'm looking at this individual being vulnerable, and I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
I hope I'm not catching feelings anyway.
Hashtag J Glory. Boo.
So anyway, I wanted to also say about this whole friendship thing. I think like they usually tell people before you get into intimate relationships or before you head into marriage, you have got to first lay the foundation, love yourself, like get to be out with people, be comfortable in your own body and in your own space. Otherwise, if you expect that to be filled up by other people, you're bound to get disappointed. And then in any relationship, you have to leave room for disappointment. Otherwise,
Yeah.
if I said that, person X or person Y, this is what I expect from them, they are also human beings at some point, you know. Not everyone gets to show you their, especially if you are in the process of making a friend, not like a friend you've had since childhood or since a certain let me say area of your life. Maybe you go way back, you may have gotten I see what David did there. Anyway, so you sort of have a history about that person, but when you're in the process of just making a new friendship, you gotta leave room for disappointment. And I think Chigozi did hint on
Mm.
that. So that really
Yes.
helps you, that when you get disappointed, you're like, you don't really hit rock bottom. So then I realized one, lastly, I didn't talk about the intimate friendships, and you shared something about that. We are sort of similar. You did say that, for ladies, you face the pressure, from, I think, society, and say, okay, some people, their parents and what have you. But let me
Yeah.
tell you, it is real these days. Even the guys do face the pressure. Now, for
Wow.
people like me, like I told you, it all starts from your the foundation that you've laid for yourself. Sometimes
Yes.
people who ask you certain, especially those intrusive questions: when are you getting married? When are you having
Yeah.
children? All that. It is not that they are doing it out of like they expect. It's like they are doing it to torment you. Most
Mm.
times they're doing it to torment you, or others are already experiencing, like, let me say, they're not happy in their relationships, but then they cannot get out, so they're sort of jealous of you who is single. They want you to get into that and experience, the fire in there.
Mm.
So so most times, I have found myself having like punchlines. If you are close to me, you can get to ask those intrusive questions. It's okay. Like,
Yes.
one, I can give you like an example. A close friend recently asked me, "When are you getting married?" And I was like, marriage, just marriage, simple, simple marriage. Just give me $1 billion and you see if we won't make it happen. I just got them quiet. But now the ones who are, I'm not close to you, and I notice you have an ulterior motive. And usually those people ask such intrusive questions in public. They don't even ask them in private. So those
Yeah.
people are usually have clapbacks. One of them, let me give you some clapbacks I've given. One of them actually did say this in our, I told you about the Christian space, like the fellowship I attend. Asked
Yes.
about that there. And I actually told him, I'll get married when your mother is available. That just shut it down for him. Yeah. Then the other one, I told them, yes. And that had to get them to respect. Yes. I usually have clapbacks for those people. So another one, a friend, and a very old friend from way back. Those old friends. We get to a reunion and ask such a question, in public. When are you getting married? And I also was like, when are you dying? So you tend to have clapbacks for such people who usually have ulterior motives. And I said from the set that usually comes with, you
Mm.
having a strong, you dealing with these insecurities that you may be having about yourself, trying to sort of have this courage, that
Mm.
you walk into a space and you do not feel small about yourself. You walk into
Yeah.
yourself and you carry this presence that glory with how far you've come, with this community that you've had, with the people that love you, that are around you. Um, Let me now, okay, take it in this angle. Like, you have been having these trolls for a while, especially with the BB Niger thing. We have come
Mm.
so far that we no longer entertain such. You come
Yeah.
with that. I mean, come on, do something, get a life, or do something
Yes.
better. You can no longer bring me down with that. Or people who want to use your past, to get to you, to bring you down. So that
Mm.
really goes a long way when you are, especially in this adulthood, when you find yourself in spaces where you are bound to feel lonely, or
Mm.
you feel like you need people around you to feel complete. They should be like, I feel, in my opinion, they should be like a bonus or an addition, Like you take yourself out, you hang with them, but when you're in
Yes.
your own space, are you complete as a person, as a human being? So
Hmm.
yeah. And then with our whole intimacy, I was trying to say with guys, it is also, it's not easy these days. Yeah,
Hmm.
those questions get asked.
Hmm.
But like just like you, me, thankfully, I don't have a family that puts me on pressure,
Yes.
and my friends know where I stand. But then the thing about me is that there is a certain kind of family that I envision for myself, and if
Hmm.
I'm not yet ready to get there, and I see I've not yet achieved what I want, I am not going to let someone else. I'm not going to toe that line just because someone is, because of the pressure coming from people. Because
Absolutely.
when that ship sinks, let me say you've gotten into a relationship because of pressure or because of, societal whatever, um, you are bound to, they are the very people that will not be around to support you. So get into it for the right reasons. For me, that's what
Hmm.
helps me. But then that doesn't stop me from getting out there, reaching out to people, because, we are humans, we are social beings. So, you associate with people, but then, then um, there's also this challenge that when you get out with people, make your intentions known. Like I shared earlier,
Yes.
if I met strangers, we've had fun and that's it. But now do not lead them on. Like, for example, as a guy, I do not lead on the ladies to such a point that
Yes.
now they start thinking that, you know what, could this be, getting somewhere? Because
Bless
if you
you.
do that, then then there you're going to have a problem. And
Bless you.
you wind up having, and this world is small. You may do this with this girl, let me say girl X. You don't know that girl X is somewhere related to another girl you've met, girl Y, and before you know it,
Mm-hmm.
you have haters of ladies,
Yeah.
ladies hating you from all spheres, and you're wondering, what did I do? But it's because you didn't make your intentions known from the first.
Mm-hmm.
Are you in for for being to be casual, or are you in for the long way? So
Mm-hmm.
that is it. Then lastly, this is the very very last thing I'm going to share. um I find, like who are making jokes, how you can talk to chat gpt, like those AI platforms, or you can talk, to friends and what have you. Like Chigozi was saying, do not share everything, with certain friends. So you've got to leave some things to yourself. But you
Yes.
know how it is funny that you'll share something with, let me say, a church counselor, and before you know it, you're being the what? The pastor is sharing what you shared. You're attending service and you're like, that is exactly what I shared. What is going on? Yeah? Or you're sharing something with a group of people, and then you hear it from a certain friend, and they're like, by the way, we were here, and this person, a mutual friend was sharing this. You're like, but I told this
Yes.
person. So me, what usually even helps sometimes is that I walk into like a place with strangers. Like I told you, those trips I go for, meet strangers.
Yes.
And totally there, I can pour out because I know I'm not going to meet this person again. Never going to see them
Mm-hmm.
again. We've had, you know, a relationship for that moment where we shared, and I
Mm-hmm.
was able to have someone listen to me or pour into me, and I poured into them, and that's it. So with that, I yield. Thank you.
Jay Passworth here. Oh my god, you're so funny. This thing you mentioned just reminded me of a story I saw online where this lady was sharing about how on the Sunday service, the pastor, they told her to stand up from the choir and they were using her to preach. So what happened was she needed money, went to the pastor in the pastor's office in church. Pastor said, don't worry, the Lord will do it. But the pastor did not give her money for school fees or school exams. After
Yes.
church service, pastor gave her hotel address and said, come and meet me at this hotel. So she went. They did the do, and the pastor became her sponsor, always giving her money and all. And they were having a good relationship. Guess what? Pastor
Hmm.
now went to church, and so I think I can't remember what happened in that relationship, but I think whether the pastor was upset with her or something. Okay, she went to go and do counseling in church, went to tell pastor's wife during counseling that she's feeling guilty, she's sleeping with a married man, and her conscience is judging her because she likes the man's wife a lot and respects him. So the pastor's wife was now angry. Mommy Gio, why would you be sleeping with the man's wife? Pastor's wife went to go and tell pastor, say, Daddy, look at what your choir members came to confessing during counseling. No, you must teach her a lesson. So on Sunday, pastor now stood up and said, Sister Yinka, stand up. The sister stood up, said, church, look at this sister. Look at the epitome of homebreakers. Now use that to preach. Disgraced her, said a lot of things. Guess what? Sister Yinka calmly sat down. Inside church auditorium, she carried her phone and she typed, in fact, she posted pictures of her and the pastor in bed and all the
Wow.
bank alerts. I'm telling you, she just started posting receipts. She said that was how the church scattered. Now, I don't know if that's a true story, but what you just
That was
said,
a clever congregant. She had
Sister
receipts.
Nika destroyed church service that day. Mommy Gio almost fainted because she realized that her husband church service was going on. Everybody's phone, WhatsApp, bing, 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 notification here and there. And they were checking and checking. Pastor was doing this style and that style. Pastor was sending alerts,
Uh,
50,000, 500,000. You say, eh?
Man of God.
Man of God. No, I mean, I totally agree with you. You see, church friendships is another very sensitive angle to friendships, you know. Personally, I made very, very good connections when I was still in church. And I say when I was still in church because back then I was in the church choir. I was a choir HOD in my youth church. So a lot of people liked me and I liked a lot of people as well. So they used to see me as their mother, you understand, because I was the head of the youth choir. So they used to see me as their mother. So I did not really have like a personal friend. So it was a thing of I was friends with everybody. So there was no closeness in friendship, like individual closeness to everybody. It was just like a general friendship. I was friends with everybody in the youth church. I was friends with everybody in the choir. They liked me a lot. Some of them will come to my house. My mommy will cook. They will eat. So it was just on a surface level. We just respected and liked each other, but it was never a one-on-one thing. And for me, I am very careful with having friends. And this is why before my former pattern was I have one friend and that is the only friend I have. And this is because I I'm a very private person. My family will say I'm very secretive in the sense that you could know me for 50 years and you will never know certain things if I don't tell you. You will never know. And you will never know because you will not hear it from somebody else. Anything you hear is what I choose to share. So my deeper secrets remain my deeper secrets. I only say it if I want to say it. And if you hear it outside, it's because I have a reason for sharing it, you know. So the reason for that is I like having people that I know that my secret is safe with them. And that is why I prefer not having too many friends, but just one friend, which was what I used to do, but I'm not going to be doing that anymore. Right. So, with having friends in church, yeah, my fear has always been that if I now
You
have you
become
as best friend, and I go and tell you one damning fact about my life. And
Mhm.
because we had issues, and then boom, and now walk into church, and then all eyes on me. And I'm thinking, do I have the scarlet letter on my forehead? What's going on? you know, that has been my biggest fear. That so I
Mhm.
shy away from church friendships, and it even extends to church relationship. I have never I have never dated somebody I met in church. And I don't think I ever will. But let me not never say never. But I don't think I ever like I will not intentionally initiate a romantic relationship with somebody I met in church. And the reason is because I've actually seen a lot and I've seen enough. I have
Mhm.
seen a situation where a brother in church that speaks in tongues and leads praise and worship in church, he dated a particular girl for 5 years. This girl did several abortions for him. And then when the church wanted to send him to another parish to pastor that parish, they recommended another sister in church that they felt was holier and sanctified. And they recommended that sister for him to marry, that she fits the perfect description of being Mommy Gio. Until today, that is the person that that brother married. So to God so kind, the sister that he had been with for years, and and this thing I'm telling you, how we knew, it became a big church scandal that this girl, he started dating her when she was like 16 or 17, and they were together for like 4, 5 years. And this girl was doing abortion for this guy. I don't know how many, but the last one that she was going to go and do, that was the one that casted that she said she was not going to do it. It became a problem, like serious scandal. So for me, I have this mentality of there are a lot of sick people in church, both male and female. I feel like a lot of people just go to God's house and they wear this cloak of righteousness. They cover themselves. During praise
Self
and worship, you can be
righteousness.
so blind when you see somebody like, yeah, I just feel like the atmosphere of God's presence, because it is so pure, it tends to clean off the impurities of everybody. That
True.
when people are in there, especially those unrepentant ones, when they're in God's presence, God's atmosphere, God's presence, it tends to wipe away all of our impurities. But guess what? Some people change, some people turn a new leaf, but the moment they come out, bah, they know that Voltron is out there again. So for me, it's something I'm very scared of. Like I I fear dating a man I meet in church than dating a man I meet in the club. I'm not gonna lie,
Mhm.
honestly.
You're right. You're totally right. By the way, to your point, what you've been talking about, I have a very, very good friend. Um, I say he's my friend, but please do not judge me. But life did hit him. I think this was God's way of paying back. He serves in
Mm.
church. He's a big person in church. He serves in church, but this is a guy who is really, he's handsome. He knows he has it because all the ladies, fall for him easily. But now I think this organization, for it does safe abortions. It's called Marry Stops. Yeah, they do safe abortions.
Hmm.
Must be everywhere. Yeah. So this is a
Hmm.
person who made several girls in church in the ministry pregnant, and every time he got them pregnant, he would make them abort. Those who would refuse to abort
Whoa.
willingly, so those who would refuse to abort willingly, he would take them out, and then he would buy the drug, misoprostol, and then have it in the milkshake, and then the girl takes it, and that's how she would lose
Ah,
yeah. So
that's a
if you
crime. Is
refuse,
that not a crime?
it is a crime, but then remember, but then how would you know that he's the one who did it? I mean, you're not going to go for further tests. You're just going to be like, I got an
Whoa.
abortion. I lost the baby. I don't even know how it happened. So he wouldn't tell you.
Ah.
Of course, we got to know this later. So how he got punished is that one, because he used to do night shifts. One day he walks into robbers and they hit him so bad that it affected
Oh.
his nervous system. He almost lost it. So he got paralyzed. But thankfully
Hmm.
he got better. He got well, and ever since then, he decided to settle down and be the kind of person. Now the other thing, the other person, you know, like in fellowships, how you usually have the fellowship mama or fellowship papa, you know. So this
Mm.
particular fellowship mama in my fellowship happens to have gotten sick back in the day when she was wild. She got
Mm.
infected by someone in church who was HIV positive.
Okay.
Now she was okay with
Ah.
she was you know she found out that later. But then you think that's the worst thing. Now the worst thing is that this man knows that he was sick, but then and infected this girl, and this girl decided, you know what, I forgive you, I'm done with you. I've decided to take this path. It's the worst thing is this babe seeing this guy flirting around church with other young girls, you know. Now you could only imagine how many victims this person in church has been infecting. So when you talk
That
about
is
church,
insane.
talk about not getting, there's such a say as even demons go to church, you know.
Ah, yes, so really.
And it is one thing, you know, as I think David is a scientist. One thing about scientists or other people who may be on the group is that we are very observant people. One thing that I've observed about church people, it's not that I judge them because I don't, I'm not, but even the Bible says, you know, you're supposed to like rebuke in love your fellow Christians. But the thing that I've observed with church people, that is where you find the best people at gossiping. The biggest liars are in church
Mm-hmm.
and the cheats, you know. It's where do you always find the sex scandals? Don't you always find them in church? Many big pastors of these big churches around the world have, you know,
Mm.
been brought to their knees because of sex scandals. So, yeah, you've got to know that it's not in church
True.
that you'll find the perfect relationships. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents to the whole church
Absolutely.
business. So you've got to be careful also.
Absolutely.
Church is not for the perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you
Mm.
so much. Daisy Dreams has a question for you. It's on the screen. I don't know if you can see it.
Male friends who will orchestrate a breakup of their fellow guy's relationship just so that he can be available for them. Ah, thank you. You've actually reminded me. I don't know if this relates to that, but you let me know. So, Glory, while I was at the university, I was dating. But then, because of being in the medical school, most of the time, you know, you find that you are at school, you know, you're engaged. So
Mm-hmm.
I sort of introduced my girl to my other friends, you know, let them know that this is my girl and what have you. So whenever she's free, can she come and hang around? And and you know, we are like bros, you know, you don't mess around with, you know, with your friend's girl. But guess what?
Mm.
Start hearing from one friend rumors that, you know, so and so hit on your girl. And then she comes to me and she's like, by the way, this guy was suggesting, you know, having like a sexual, you know, having intercourse with, you know, with me
Hmm.
and all this. And I was like, I think they were just joking. Because I've known these guys for, you know, for a very long time. These are people that, you know, I would even
Mm.
give a kidney, you know, my friend. Now I know why some guys never introduce their girls to any of their male friends. Or if they must, they do introduce them to like
Yes.
one or two friends. Now, me being the social, like you remember when I told you I was the
Mm.
guy who had very many friends, and I was the guy who usually held all his relationships
Yes.
together, you know? Yeah. So what
Mm.
yeah the straw the what really hit me so bad, and that was one of the more days I don't want to ever remember, but you know, because of my memory I always do remember. It was one of the most painful experiences, is finding out that this friend who was like a brother was sort of hooking up my girl with his cousin brother. And because we had had like some issues with my girl, you know, we had, you know, because in any relationship you do have, you know, some disagreements. So because we had had some
Yeah.
disagreement, a certain disagreement, so she throws me a big party, birthday party. So this is me
Okay.
now being vulnerable. She throws me a big birthday party, invites all my friends. It was a surprise. So I walk in and I'm like, okay, what is happening? No, it was a normal day. I was just having a walk with one of my friends, and then she's like, by the way, you have to go to your girls' hostel. I think she wanted you to pass by. So I didn't know that there was a surprise. It was a surprise B day because my birthday is on Jan 2nd, but then now she had
Mm.
celebrated it on Feb 2nd. So I go there, and her knowing that I'm a sweet tooth, she has this big cake for me with like 6 tiers, but each tier
Wow.
is a different flavor. Yeah. So I
Whoa.
find there all my friends, and I'm like, wow, is this like an intervention? I've never seen this. But then I just realized, yeah, it was like her party. But guess what? We have a good time and everything. And as we are leaving, I see another group of people coming in, and I sort of knew those people. And one of them happened to be a close friend. But it's just that this friend was a bit younger, he wasn't in the same age group as us. And later on, I learned that there was a second party that was happening. It was sort of like closing the chapter of me and her, and now introducing her to this new boy. And
Ah.
this other friend of mine, who was a cousin to this boy, knew about this and did not tell me. So you see the betrayal that I was talking about earlier on. So I felt,
Hey.
I felt so.
Wait, Dave, hang on. This is the strangest thing ever. I can't wrap my head
So,
around it.
so I,
Is it what you call it? Did you take an exit party and a
yes,
welcoming like
yes, exactly. but
hey,
um, but that's the moment I got one of my worst panic attacks when I got to find out that yeah, I had one of the worst panic attacks because I couldn't believe this had happened to me. I'd been outsmarted all along. I thought I knew my people, but things were happening
whoa.
behind the scenes that I didn't know about. Uh, but
What?
to cut the long story short, she realized that she realized that okay, we sat down and had a conversation later on after going through the motions and everything, and then I'm just gonna say maybe say this that that is the thing that made me become like what would you call it, a bad boy. I used to be a good boy,
Hmm.
but then I realized, oh, this is how people become bad. So I went on a spree of like, you know what, I'm going to hurt every female that comes my way. So
Oh my
I
god.
yeah, so I got back with her. I found a way of wooing her back, and just to be able to be the one who breaks now up with her, get her hopes high and everything. And then I broke it off so that now she
Child.
would feel the pain that I had gone through. And then that's when now these douchebags, the friends, that bracket of douchebags, because they are always there somewhere in the back.
Hmm.
So they tell me that, now see, you're the one who was calling yourself a saint, you're also capable of this. So what happened to the good boy? So, but that didn't settle with me because that is not who I am. So later
Yes.
on in life, when we had both moved on, and then I realized this is a because this I talk about this so much because this is like the longest intimate relationship I'd ever been in. Yeah, we started
Hmm.
from like school days, then university, then just after university, but now we are just friends.
Hmm.
So we got back together and had an adult, and tried to mend, fences and what have you, because I realized that's not me. But anyway, to answer Daisy Dream's question in summary is that yeah, that does happen. I hope I've
That's sick.
provided perspective to that. Yes, guys do that. They do that.
That's that's
Yes.
sick. That's
Yeah.
sick. Thank you. Thank you so much for answering the question, Jay Farnsworth. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your double contribution. It's been awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again. I love Now Simply Glory more than Frankly. Frankly is for fighting. This one is for having peace and adult conversations. Yeah, we go to Frankly to really, be, we are there to be frank. Here we are here for simple matters. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you
Okay.
so much. Thank you.
Right.
Okay. All right. What? Sorry, guys. What's her name? Adeni. Adeni. Hi. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Pleasure
Good
to have you
evening.
here. Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're welcome.
O- Okay, thank you. I've actually been following your 30s without friendship videos. Of course, none of your video that comes in that I don't watch that very morning.
Thank you
So
so much. Thank
I'm
you.
a very addicted fan of yours. So
Wow.
so
Wow.
but
Thank
it's
you.
just that I don't really comment. I'm not a social media person that actually go from one even a very good topic but still comment, but I'm not. I guess that's
I
where
understand.
I'm bad at. Yes, I don't comment. I just read, like, just pass. I can just
I
like, of course,
understand.
none of your video, as in all your videos, I liked them. In fact, before I even start listening, I first like so that I will not forget.
Wow.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. So, you see, hmm, I can relate with everybody. Like, I'm in my 37. Yeah, I'm a single
Hmm.
mother, though.
Hmm.
So, at least I have a daughter. But
Hmm.
when I was growing up, I've tried to make friends. Well, let's say when I'm in my 20s, my secondary school days, I try to make friends, but I just discovered that at the end of the day, because when we're growing up, my parents gave us this, how do I put, they are not really that strict with us. In my house,
Okay.
they are not really that strict that we can bring friends in, especially
Hmm.
when. And the funniest thing is, most people that actually we brings in are those people that that have mommy issues or daddy issues, parent issues, that
Hmm.
maybe where they live, the person they live with is maltreating them. We bring them in, we feed
Hmm.
them. You understand? Even when you are going to school, my mom will still give us money. I give to your friend too. So whatever they are giving us,
Hmm.
they will give us, give to your friends too. So at the end of the day, you discover that it's still these same friends that are actually doing you bad, as in, how do I put it? At the end of the
Hmm.
day, you discover that when you are doing well, they get angry with you. These are the people you have done so
Hmm.
much for, and at the end of the day, so because of that, I start avoiding friends. Not
Hmm.
just that. After my secondary school, I made some few friends too, and which, you see, all these people are actually people that want to just be your friends by fire by force. I don't know if you understand me. Because of that, I'm a very reserved person, right?
Hmm.
So I at the end of the day, you discover that, see, I've had friends that took me to Babalawo that I wasn't even aware of.
What
They
the?
will tell
What
you
the?
They will tell you they're going
What the?
somewhere. You will just follow. You will not know that it's Babalawo house they are going to. Okay, what about that? Okay, so I've been to so many. Like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm telling you, I'm telling you,
Oh God.
and
My phone
and
is about to bust my head. What? Yeah. Hey, to go do what? Like what the hell?
okay. See, I'm very serious about this. See, I used to I see all my experience. I guess thank God I've had those experiences. That's why I used my experience to teach my daughter now. See, hmm,
Hmm.
see, my secondary school, I mean, after my secondary school, let me put it that way, while we're looking for admission and on, of course, I have some friends. I have some that we finished secondary school together, that they've gotten admission and me, I've not gotten.
Hmm.
And there are some too that I thought they are in school, that I follow them to their school. I don't just want to sit at home. I'll follow them to their school, as in spend like a week, then come back home. In those processing, I was still trying to get an admission too, trying to process my own admission. So that was how I got into the hands of these girls. There are two. We are friends. I mean, friend with one, then the other one, they live in the same. Of course, we are from the same town. By the end of the day, when we got to her school, three of us in a room. So they were like, they want to go and greet somebody. He's the one helping them with the admission. So it was when I actually got to their school, I got to know that okay, they don't actually have admission yet, and they've been collecting money from home. In fact, their parent does not even have money at the time like that,
Right.
but they borrow money from cooperative for them. They think that their children they
Ah,
are in school. Both of them are not in school. They
crazy.
collect money for handouts, collect money
Crazy.
for school fees, like that. My sister, it is well. So, like that. When we got there, they said they wanted to go and visit somebody. Is the one helping them for the admission. I even thought it's one lecturer or something. Not knowing that
Hmm.
it was in the evening. It was in the evening. So by the time we got there, I met one of like the person dressed like an afar outside the house. Okay, I was just following both of them. So we entered inside. By the time we enter, they greeted the man. So they came with their friend. They came to come and say thank you. The man took them inside. By the time we entered inside the room, the room was just smelling. It's a Babalawo house they brought me. And me, right, I've been moving with people that are older than me, right? When it comes to friendship, I make friends with even married people. So I've had experience in all these things. Like, it's just that I was not just self-aware. Let me put it that way. There's some friendships you don't just
Hmm.
go with. Yes, you will have seen some, because these are, as at the time I was going out with a guy, that was my first boyfriend then that they knew about. So because of the way the guy was treating me, and this guy has said it before that Skinny, he will take me somewhere. It's just powder they will give me. I will just use the powder that he will not even look at any other person again. That thing ring in my head. I'm telling you, that thing ring in my head
Hey.
for days. For days before we now traveled to her school. That thing ring in my head for days that, well, I'm not that kind of person. I was born into Christianity, all this church girl, you know, although I have my own, no. But, you know, at the end of the day, when we
So
now got to
let
this,
me ask you, yeah, what do you think was the point? What do you think was the point of them taking you to a Babalawo's house? Because that's wild.
they just feel that okay, I'm with them in anything they do. I guess so. So, and me, I'm very good at, when I find myself in some kind of situation, I behave like, when you are in Rome, you behave like Rome, like a Roman, right? That's
Hmm.
me for you. I didn't do as if I'm against it. Immediately, they were talking to the Baba, and their name has not come out. Kiniko, Kiniko. After the whole thing, me self, I said, give me money. I don't have any money with me. Give me money. Let me use and buy. I used to talk to Ifa. I have studied the way they were doing it. Me self, I did. The idiot, God for God forgive me, was not telling me that it's my mom. My mom, my mom is doing me. My mom is please, I don't even want to talk about it. That
I'm
somebody
weak. I'm weak.
that you come and buy pig. They will use the pig to do sacrifice for me. Kini me that not have one naira at the time. So what am I trying? So, because of that, I do away with all this girls' friendship. That's just the truth. Because she's not the only one. There's another one too that I even saw that the mom even took her, taking her from one babalawo to the other because of he was dating a footballer guy at the time. So they want the guy is a prince in the community. So they want the prince to marry her by fire by force. So and this girl, be saying that's not the only person she's dating at the time. Oh, he was dating so many other girls, sleeping with her. So, other guys sleeping with her, but they had to go and do something to this guy. This guy later married her. But the point is, I had to. So, seeing all these things, I just had to retract back. Like, no, come. Shebi, you escape this, you escape that. God forbid. What if they now take you to where you will not be able to escape? So,
Now,
I
these are the
stopped
kind of
being
people
friends.
my mom would describe as. Yeah, you see, all these things you described, yeah, these are the kind of people my mom would describe as where their leg don't reach,
Hmm.
you still there back, you still there far.
I'm telling you,
And
you won't
you just have to be
understand.
careful. Yeah, you just have to be
So
careful,
I
honestly.
stopped being friends. I've stopped being friends with them. So I just they will find me. They will come to come and see me. I start avoiding them. So at the end of the day, we stop being friends because when they see that I wasn't reciprocating anymore, so they avoided me too. So what am I trying to say? You see the church parts where you mentioned some ministers. Jesus. Hmm. Hey, see, I've had my experience with ministers. I've had my experience with pastors. I have, see, right now, it has gotten to a point that even if I stop going to church today, right, it's worth it. I'm telling you. But of course, I still believe in God. I still believe
Of
that there are
course.
still good ones out there. You understand? So,
Mm-hmm.
when we were growing up, we are one of the youths that head youths. You understand that okay, my church was actually Christ Apostolic Church. So they come for revival, all those things. But you know, you see pastors that comes around and at the end of the day, they start making advances at you. Do you understand? These are pastors
True.
that people were worshiping. People
Mm-hmm.
were worshiping them. At the end of the day, they start making advances at you. Look at it. You look at him. What is going on? Like, that's why I don't actually get close to pastors. Any church I go, I don't get close to pastors. So I just do my thing, come worship God, do whatever I want to do, and I disappear. That's me. But you see, these ministers,
Mm-hmm.
if I start talking about them, my own younger sister, it has happened to her not once, not twice with all these ministers. One even did that. This guy cannot even do in a day without seeing my younger sister, according to, as in both of them, they were like 5 and 6. When you see this one, you see that one. Do you understand? So my younger sister had to travel to Lagos for just 1 week. And she went, and that 1 week, he kept on calling her, that he misses her. He did this, he did that. These are the people that if they hold mic for you, ministering for you, people will start falling. People will start crying, doing all sorts of things. Do you know that? Not knowing, okay, he had an event, he invited my younger sister. That one was even, he had a hint that, okay, he's going to propose that day. They've been together for years. He had a hint that he's going to propose that day. So he came with her own friends too. Can you imagine? Hmm. So by the time this man go finish in proposal now, not knowing that I have another girlfriend in church that he called and proposed to in front of my younger sister. Meanwhile, he invited my younger sister.
Hey! 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 This is scandalous.
She was shattered.
It is
She wanted to kill herself.
wait, tell me if it scattered that proposal because just
She didn't
tell me
scatter it
you
though.
people scattered
She was
everything.
numb.
Tell me you and your
Friend,
sister scattered everywhere. Just I want to hear that one.
I didn't. I wasn't even there.
Ah, ah,
She was
ah.
numb. Like she even got up
It's
when he was
Yoruba.
proposing.
See, please, this thing I'm about to say, interpret it in Yoruba. Olopa, police, army, they will carry everybody.
Àwọn ọlọ́pàá
Because
máa kó
by the
gbogbo wa o.
insane, nah, that's insane.
I'm telling you,
Crazy,
I
crazy.
swear it's crazy. Like she for months she didn't even get herself. She can't believe it. I'm telling you, things are happening really. Like she
For
cannot
real.
believe it that guy actually did that to her, and that's not the only one. Okay, what about another one? The resident pastor, right? This one will come emotionally to come and blackmail her. At the end of the day, what did you do? All of a sudden, so my younger sister is into media, like all these. She's an actress, right? So when he met this guy, fine, he's a pastor, he's into real estate, but because my younger sister has influence too, he brought him out to that to that limelight. You understand? So immediately he started
Hmm.
seeing other girls like this. This is somebody that he was doing as if he cannot even do without my younger sister. A pastor, as in a pastor, if he's preaching for you here, eh? You will say, let heaven fall down. And a handsome one at that matter. I said, I don't know where we were talking. I said, I said, now you they find fine boys up and down.
Your sister needs to turn a blind eye to pastors in general. When she sees any pastor, she should just do like this and go like
Zoom,
this, and that's it. That's it. That's
both
it.
ministers
Anyways,
and pastors.
Adeniyi, yeah. Anyways,
So,
Adeniyi, we need to hasten up. All right,
yes,
we need to
yes.
hasten up. I'm about to
So,
round up. All right, so that
all right. So, another thing, regarding friends. Okay, so with what my experience, right? With my experience with some friends, I've actually recalled back to my shell that I find it difficult to make friends, right? Because I don't
mm,
even know. You don't know who is who. You don't know
mm,
who is who. And at the end of the day, even some colleagues, I make acquaintances with my colleagues, but the truth is still that, some want to come visiting and on. It got to a point that I made people believe that, okay, I don't live alone. Meanwhile, I live alone. So if you ask
mm,
me, I tell you I live with my sister, so that people will not be coming around. They won't think, okay, they are comfortable. I don't know. But trust me, it gets
mm,
lonely. I don't have a friend. Right now, I don't have a
mm.
friend. I don't have anybody I talk to. I just on my own. I'm alone now. Like if it's not work, church, come back home like that. And I guess romantically too, it has really, like, I don't know. I don't have a boyfriend. That's another thing. So it's really crazy.
Mm.
I don't know. I've been praying that God should just help me out. I'm the kind that don't even go out. So it is well. I don't know.
So we
I
have a
don't know.
mission now. We have a mission now. Since we're all okay, since a lot of us, since a lot of us are in this boat together, what we're going to do as a mission is we need to get out of our comfort zone and we need to start putting ourselves out there. You know, there's something I've heard time and time again, that you're not going to lock yourself in a cave or in a corner and expect people to come and find you, right? You can put yourself out there on social media, but you can also make physical appearances. So take a step out, maybe not too far from your house, and then gradually, you can, graduate from close quarters to far quarters. Okay? And let's make progress
Sometimes
together. All right.
I actually do that. Sometimes I do that. I do like go to a lounge, I mean a lounge, just sit there, take one or two bottle, eat whatever I want to eat, then come back home. But
Yeah.
it is well.
All right.
Yeah.
It is
Thanks
well.
so
We
much.
will, we will
All
all
right.
be fine. Thank you so much.
Amen.
Thank you, Auntie. Thank you
All
so
right.
much for making us laugh really hard. Thank you so much. All right. Let's
You're
speak with
welcome.
David. David is going to be, yeah. Okay. David is going to be the last speaker. Guys, oh my God, we've been here for a while. Okay. David, you're welcome back.
Hey, Glory, can you hear me?
Hmm.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I didn't know if you could hear me. Okay, good. Well, I've been here laughing my head off. The stories are like, how do you go from a new story to Jay Farnsworth story? To the one just the last speaker story and the younger sister, who I think may need some prayers herself. That younger sister's. I'm just saying because I know story too is somehow. I'm even surprised that I don't know if she's still on the call. I'm even surprised that she didn't say that at some point someone told her if you're tall and fair and pretty and no one is really coming to you, maybe you have the mommy water spirit, because you know how people they always come up with at this point. And when Farnsworth was saying the you're laughing, well, the man of God, the I have a you know I have a it's unfair, but I'll say this, right. I have a phrase when someone tells me, oh, there's this man of God, MOG, right. I sarcastically I say, "Oh, are you talking of SOD or MOG?" And they're like, "What the hell is that? What's SOD?" I'm said, "Son of the devil," because as far as I'm concerned, many of the so-called MOGs are SODs, right? And this is how it plays out. It's just exhausting. Let's put it that way, right? Well, let me go back to where I dropped off.
Yeah.
So all the stories are all like, today. I hope people have been listening, really having something to at least for. Do you know that some people this is therapeutic to them? Like what's going on right here, right? They are
Yeah.
realizing that there's someone else. I'm not. Do you know how many people have said the story, not just from your videos today? I'm talking of if you go to the comment section, a lot of people like Daisy Dreams question about this is what happened to her, and D was like, yeah, the same thing. People are really
Yeah.
going through stuff. Like it's a similar situation, right?
Yes.
Because human beings are similar. The beginning of all this is still,
Yes.
and I'll reiterate that point. The beginning is you have to define the friendship. Don't there's nothing like assumption here. The days of assumption is long gone. No one is going to use you as a rag, use you as prop. So you are supposed to be the main character in your own story. So the
Mhm.
moment you realize that someone else is trying to use you and they're saying, oh, they use you when they need you, like a handbag, and they drop you like hot potato, right? So they don't when they don't need you, they just drop you, right? So they are not using you, they are using you, but they are not of use to you, right? So you gotta separate that thing quickly.
Mhm.
One thing I wanted to talk about
Yeah.
before I dropped off the last time was in this issue, and this is where it blurs the line between your first video, your penultimate video on that, Simply Elijah, and the most recent one, right? Which is the one where you talked about friendships only, and then the one that's platonic friendships, and then the one you talked about romantic friendship, right? Do you know how difficult? And I think Farnsworth said a little bit about it today. Do you know when the line between, if it's the same gender, right? It's not really much of a problem, right? It's a problem. I get it. That's you went through it a lot yourself, right? But
Mm-hmm.
if you start out with another someone from the opposite gender, and that person in your mind, you need to know what's in your head. That's the thing, right? So you might be thinking that, oh, this is my bestie. Do you know what it means for a male to have a female
Yeah.
bestie, or what it means for a female to have a male bestie? And the two of them are telling other people that it's strictly just platonic and there's really nothing there, right? How do you really think other people are seeing that situation, right? And the day it's going to cross one of them's mind that we should take it to the next level, and the other person is still like, no, 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 I'm still just a bestie, I'm not really there yet. That's one of the most difficult things in friendships. When you're in your 20s or your
Mm.
30s, right? It doesn't matter what age you are. The moment you start out with someone of the opposite gender, I'm saying here now that you're not in the alphabet community, right? Because if you're in the alphabet community,
Mm-hmm.
that it doesn't really matter. It doesn't apply to you, right? But if you're not, if you're heterosexual, right,
Yeah.
and you start out with someone of the opposite gender, right, and then very soon after a while, it just becomes
Yes.
like you don't really know whether the guy, from the guy's perspective or the girl's perspective, you don't really know where the other person is now placing you. It means that you have to consciously assess your relationship as it goes on, because it's a dynamic thing. That's the emphasis today, is that it's dynamic. You can't assume that. So if you have a friend that the last time you met a friend was 10 years ago, right, and you relocated, you went somewhere else, right, and then all of a sudden you are now, let's say you're in Canada or the UK or US or somewhere, right? And that friend that you knew 10 years ago while you're still in Africa calls you, finds you on Facebook and says, hey, David, it's been a while. You don't even know if this guy is now a scammer. I'm just telling you how this is how much there's some people you can pick up your relationship with them even if you see them 20 years later. But there are some people,
Yeah.
just 6 months, just 6 months, they're someone else. You gotta be careful now, right? Because even if you are with them in the same space, right in front of your eyes, they're changing. They're changing. Some
True.
people are just your friends. Some people are just your friends because there's something they want to gain from you. So the moment that thing is gone,
Mm-hmm.
they don't really need, there's no loyalty to you, right? So I was your friend because we were in maybe med school together, right? Or I was your friend because maybe we went to the same church. I was a friend because we work in the same bank. But the moment the thing, oh,
Mm.
yeah, I agree. But that's true. That question that Daisy Dreams raised, asked Farnsworth, that is it possible that a friend, a male friend, can tell a male to, which he actually answered the question. The funny thing is that
Yeah.
from a male's perspective now, right? I didn't want to answer the question. I just said yes, and I just kept quiet in the comment section. But from a male's perspective, right, it's even more difficult because sometimes you don't want to tell your friends about the girl you're dating or something, not because it's not always that from the line of that questioning, which is maybe they are going to discourage you, and then because they have interest in that girl. No, no, no. It may be that they're going to discourage you and discourage you because they want you to go out with someone else. They have their
Mm.
own preferred person. I've seen that real time personally. I'm speaking from personal experience. So it's a
Wow.
very complicated. So relationship is complicated. All I'll say
Mm.
is do not wallow in, do not, when you are in your rebound, when you're in the rebound phase, when you're in between moves, you've broken up from someone, you've not gotten someone else, right? Or you lost someone that you called your bestie. By the way, that person may not be your bestie. I'm just saying that again, right? But you've not
Mm.
gotten a new bestie, just like how everyone in the comment section today was setting you up with Anu, right? Well, like, hey, glory, glory, Anu, you're me, right? Or how they were saying J glory, J glory, right? I mean, before while you are in that phase, before you make the next move, right? Please do not make the same mistake again. However, do not make that thing cripple you. Do not let your, if you have an accident, if you drive a Toyota Corolla and you have an accident, you won't say, I'm not going to drive a car again. You'll pick yourself up. You will learn from your mistakes, and you'll drive smarter.
Mm,
Driving smarter may now
mm,
mean I won't drive a Toyota. Maybe Toyota is not cut out for me. Maybe I was driving a car that was not automatic. Now I need to drive a car that's automatic because I'm not a good driver, right? Or maybe I used to drive at night and I can't see well at night, so I should only drive during the day. But you make a decision based on
true.
the scars you have in the past. At the end of the day, all the therapy we're going to get today, it's going to be more of, it's going to be more of how do I navigate, leverage the information I've gotten in this meeting, in my own personal experience, what people have said, how do I get, channel all that to get somewhere I really want to go to. This is the last thing I'm going to say,
Mm,
right? Always have an expectation. Don't, that thing you said,
mm,
I won't forget it. Test the waters. Never say, it's good to say test the waters, but when you test waters, you don't stay in the water. Like, you don't put your, like, I'm reiterating it. You don't put your feet in the water and then you're just testing. And they're like, what are you doing? I'm testing the waters. Well, you should have finished testing the waters, right? That's how people
exactly.
string people.
It's a
That's
test.
how people, yeah, that's how people string people along. They string, that's
Mm-hmm.
how some males have strung some females along up until they know they don't have any intentions to take it to the next level, but they want to hold on to this person because they have to have an appearance that they are not alone, right? Because when they talk to other guys, it gives them this,
Mm,
oh, where's your girlfriend? This is my girlfriend, right? But then you deep down that this
mm,
person, you have no plans for that person, and then all of a sudden you just drop the person when you really think it's inconvenient, and then you now come back and start giving that person advice. You're not saying, well, you should get better at this, blah blah blah. So I'll keep quiet now. There's a lot of things. I think this is good stuff. I hope everyone is enjoying it. I just hope everyone is enjoying it. It's been a long day. Even your face is showing it's been a long day.
mm.
You can smile now.
Thank
Don't worry. I don't have crazy stories like church, like the babalao, right? The ifa, the powder. I'm like I said in the comment, I have to go and look at the powder in my room now because who knows what powder some people are using on their face. Who knows? Uh you're laughing. Any questions before I go? I mean, it's been a long day. Any questions?
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
laughing.
my face is
I
serious
know it's
right
funny,
now
but it's a
because,
lot. It's a lot.
no, David, you know, no, it's funny. You see, yeah, the beauty about these conversations is there are people that will come and speak and they'll crack you up so bad, and then there are people that would take you back into serious mode, and then you're focused and your brain is absorbing, and then it just goes back and forth. So right now, as you were speaking, my brain was literally just sucking in all that information, and I love that particular reminder you gave that it's now a thing for everybody that has been listening to go and sort of regurgitate the information received and see how we can all use it to better ourselves. But the question I have for you, which I wanted to ask you before, it's about the thing of expectations still. So
Mhm.
I have seen people one on one who have said that, oh, when we met when we're doing our masters and we started dating and we said, let's see how it goes. And they dated for like 5 years. And then the guy decided that, okay, he was over 30 now. It's time for him to get married. It's time for him to settle down. And so they got married. So for me, every time I hear people say, after dating for this long, I decided that let's settle down. I cringe because you see that word settle. For me, my brain always interprets it to mean you're settling for less. But that's not the point. I digress.
Question.
So the
Okay.
question here is, yeah. So the question here is, as much as I believe now that testing the waters should never be part of the equation. Let's see how it goes. Should never be part of the equation. Do you think it's still safe for people to still start up a relationship and still say, let's just see where it leads us? Do you think it's still safe?
So I'm laughing here. You know why? Because so we're not saying again. I'm not saying that courtship should not be done. Right. Let
Mm,
me. There's devils in the details. Right. So um, courtship is not the same as testing the waters. That
mm,
in my that is that's where the distinction is. Right. You cannot get married to someone you do not know. In fact, you should not do that, right? And you cannot know someone in one day. In fact, you don't even know yourself
yeah.
after living 35, whatever number of years you've lived in this world, right? You and by the way, when they say
Mm-hmm.
they settle down, the person says, I'm going to settle down now, right? It just means it's not like the chasing is over, right? You're just transitioning from one, you're still going to keep trying to know this person after you're married. That's the
Mm,
game there, right? So courtship is with
yeah.
an intention. When you the difference between testing the waters and courtship, right, is that in courtship you have an intention. With an intention is marriage, right? In testing the waters, on the other
Mm,
hand, is vague, and there is no place. Reiterate it that there is no place for testing the waters here, right? Because testing the waters to me is a playboy, is from the Playboy book, right? It is, I am just doing something and let's see
mm,
how it goes. I'm sorry, we are not just seeing how it goes. This is
mm,
my life is not a life for you to come into my life
mm,
and use me to see how it goes. Now, I'm not going to allow myself to be a guinea pig.
mm.
If you want someone, why don't you go to the lab and get a guinea pig and test the waters with with a pig, right? No, I'm a human, right? I should
Absolutely.
have a say. Remember, Glory, it's a two-way thing, right? If I don't agree with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you tell me you're testing the waters, and I say I don't want to test the waters with you, then that means we are in a point
Mm-hmm.
where we are at the crossroad, right? Then at this point, then you now
Yes.
ask me. We're having a conversation. Assuming you ask me now, David, I want to. I assuming I tell you, because I'm the guy, right? I say, hey, Glory, I want to test waters with you, and then you say, no, David, I don't want to test waters with you. My intention is to see if we can courtship and then to see if we get married, right? And then at that
Mm,
point, when we see we are coming from different angles, right? Then it's now behoves on one of us to say it's going to work. One of us has to give in. It's either, and the giving in may mean that means this thing cannot work. So that the other person doesn't waste that. See, time is valuable. Time cannot be called
exactly.
back. The problem with time is you can't. It's one
Yes.
of the most of all the resources that humans have. Time is so unique in itself that once it's gone, it's gone. I don't have to preach to anyone here, but there's a reason why we call present, right? Present, right? Another word for present is
Yes.
gift. As a synonym, right? If you say present, I gave someone a present, I gave someone a gift, right? So
Mm-hmm.
a gift is something that you give someone and they're appreciative of it, right? The word
Mm-hmm.
present, when you live in the moment at the present, it's your gift for now. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Mm,
The past is gone. I
mm.
can't take the past. I can only live where I am right now, right? And that this is
Absolutely.
why this is why no one should waste your time. The short answer to your question, I'm sorry, we are still not testing waters. And if the person is not okay
Absolutely.
with that, then the person should go away. Because who knows? Do you know? Do you see? You heard the story that Farnsworth said about someone giving someone a disease, right? The one that
Mm.
story about someone that gave, which I think is a crime, by the way, and I have
Yeah.
stories on that, but I'm not going to say that. But just know that people walking out there, and I'm not making this up. There are people walking out there who've doubled down to spread diseases to people, right? So, anyways, back to your question. It is
Intentional.
they know intentional, yeah. So, anyway, back to your question. There is no room for that. There is no room for that. Uh, I hope I answered the question. I know
All
it's a
right.
lot today. Yeah,
Mm. Thank
you're
you.
okay
Thank you
now.
so
No,
much.
no more
I
laughing,
really
right?
needed, yeah, I needed everybody to hear that because you see, especially for women, a lot of times when a man approaches a woman and the woman states clearly that she does not want to try and see, test the waters, she's seen as desperate for marriage. And time again, I just wish like I could literally open up. a lot of men's brains and let them know that it is not every woman that needs clarity that is desperate for marriage. I don't know why they always mix it up, especially women like me that have crossed the age of 30. The moment you say no, you want direction. It's like wanting direction is a crime. It's like,
Let me
no,
let,
you are getting
so
expired. It's annoying.
no, so Glory, let me ask you a question. When you are in the university, right? You went to Unilag, right? You went to Unilag, right? So when you are in the university,
No, I
right?
went to
Imagine,
you.
okay, fine. When you are in the university, right? Imagine when you're 100 level, right, or 200 level, you go to a class, right? And the reason why you are taking
Mm,
that class is because it's a prerequisite for another class in the next level, or it's something that you need to graduate. You're not taking the class because you're
mhm,
testing the class. It's not there's always
mm,
everything you are doing as a reason. I'm sorry, you have to be intentional. This is just too much people going around not being intentional about their lives. The life is too short for you to be
mhm,
unintentional. Being unintentional is what has gotten some people to where they are the brinks of losing it all. Suicide, right? And for you to avoid that, you have to be intentional. And anyone who wants to come into your life,
mhm,
either by intent, the person was see you will like an intentional person. You'll actually prefer an intentional guy, even if the person is telling you that they are walking away. At least the person was intentional about it and did not waste your time. But when
mhm.
you are with someone, you are intentional when you
Absolutely.
go. Everything you are doing is intentional, right? Like you don't do things just
Mhm.
because nothing just happens. Again, I'm not an MOG. I'm not a man of God because I've already said after a man of God is son of the devil, right? But I'm just saying I'm not preaching here. But everyone has to be intentional. Yeah. Is someone asking a question? I don't know. Is still there? You there?
Ah,
Am I gone?
wait. Okay, somebody asked you a question, David. Let me look for the. Can you find the question?
Yeah, I think I
Oh
saw it
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
now.
That's
I
a
think
question on the screen.
okay, it says I'm in my early 20s. One of my core value in friendship is growth. Okay, but most people who have met me in my life ain't serious with their life. Well, that's a conundrum there. I don't learn anything from them,
Mm,
just gist and random things. Okay, so here, so what's the question here? The question is, I'm trying to get from sorry, is the question that what should the person do next? Is that what the question is? Or how does the person avoid what the person has been
probably,
going
yeah.
through? Right. Okay. So if that's the question, I'm sure I'm answering the right question, right? So if that's the question, right, then the circle of friends you roll with are the wrong ones, right?
Mm,
You're as good as this question of show me your friend, and I'll tell you who you are, right? So if you realize that, have you heard this phrase? Okay, yeah. What should I do? So what you should do is find a way of changing, not abruptly now, but change the circle of friends you have. I'm sorry, you remain with those people, the people that are shallow-minded, they will drag you down. When you stand up and someone is on the table and you're on the floor, and you both of you stretch your hands, what happens is that the person on the floor pulls the one on the table, or the one on the table pulling the one on the floor, right? So they will bring you down. Since
absolutely.
you have this foresight that you want to move up in life, right? You have to find a way of
Mhm.
getting the kind of people that think like you, like-minded people, right? It means that your social circle, right, the setting you are right now, is probably not the place you want to be because, um, remember, if you want to go somewhere, you have to act like you want to go, right? Again, I'm not a preacher. I'm just saying as it is, right? So my answer to that person is find a way of changing the kind of people you are with, right? And there are different ways of doing this. There are very different ways of changing your circle of friends. The easiest way, the cheapest way, maybe just to just leave that place, just physical location, like geographically leave that place, right? But if it's a place where you don't have the means, you're there, you're stuck there, you can't do anything. Then another thing is to get this. You have to, before you leave that place, know where you want to go. So are there some people that what they say is the kind of things you want to hear that will be beneficial to you, right? Is it a social club? Is it Is it something that I need to join? Be careful though. But once you've identified the kind of people that you want, gradually begin to cut yourself off. See, there are no rules that says you cannot end a friendship. After all, because someone ended their friendship, that's why we're having this conversation, right? So you can end a friendship that is not beneficial to you. And in fact, you have the
Absolutely.
right to do that, right? Because remember, Osarugwe, you have one life to live, right? How do I disconnect from them? I try to go away, but they just keep calling me. I'm in the US and they're in Nigeria. Oh, it's easy. It's easy. You don't pick up the phone. You even have distance. You have the Atlantic Ocean separating you from them, right? So if you don't pick up the phone, what's going to happen? I mean, if you are in the US, right, and you can listen to, you're hearing me, right? There's an app called HIYA,
Mm-hmm.
HIYA, higher, right? It's an app you can install on your phone that can help you screen people. You can actually block numbers, intentionally block these people. See, you have to block some people to get some things, right? In this case, you really have to disconnect from them. People have, if this will make
Mm.
this person happy, right? People have disconnected themselves from their own family members to succeed in life, right? If you can block yourself,
Mm.
your dad, if you can do that, tell me the friend that you cannot block yourself from, right? There's none. The answer is zero. No one is indispensable, even though to you you're also indispensable to those guys. The reason why they're reaching out to you is probably because you're in the US, right? So don't get it twisted now. If the tables turn and they are the ones in the US, you're the one in Nigeria, they will block you. If you see it like that, then you know that you have to take it out for yourself. Yeah, I agree with Daisy Diff.
Of
Yeah,
course.
compartmentalize. Yeah, call them. Yeah, it's don't rely on them for anything else. Like literally, you can talk to them once in a while, but you have to be very careful. Do you know how many the stories? Gloria, I'll end on this note. Do you know this? Do you know how
Mm.
many people? Do you know how many people have? When you did the series on God, Dirty December, right? Something on Dirty December where when people come from the US, from the UK to Nigeria to Lagos, the
Oh
people that
yeah.
live in Lagos, you remember that story, that setting, right? You are looking at it from the angle of the person in
Yes.
Lagos, right? Now, let me tell you from the angle of the person outside the country, right? Do you know
Mm-hmm.
how many stories of people in the diaspora that they hear stories like, when you go home, be careful now. No, I'm not joking. That be careful of the friends you thought
Really?
you had. Yeah. Hey, if people are on the comment section that are in the diaspora, they will testify that what I'm saying it's not a lie, right? Do you know how many people they'll tell you, if you go home now, don't flaunt anything, just mingle, just behave like not like almost like behave like though you drink Gary with them. Like just try not to, because why will they tell you that? It's because the so-called friend that you thought you had, this that question that Osarigwe was asking me, the so or he or she was asking, the so-called friends you think you had in Nigeria, they may not really be your friend. In fact, they may be, I don't want to use the word
True.
envious, but you don't really know. See, the heart of man is desperately evil. This is my final thing, right?
Absolutely.
It's scriptural, it's
Yeah.
biblical, it's there in the Bible. The heart of who can know it? That's the end of that thing. It says the heart of man is desperately evil. Who can know it? I mean, you cannot know it. I'm sorry, you cannot know. You can know the beginning of a thing, but you don't know
True.
how it's going to end up. Well, I
True.
hope this has been able to help everyone. So hopefully, yeah.
True.
All right, it's been a great day.
Wow. Thank you so much, David. Every
All
time
right.
you take the mic, it's like we're in a lecture hall and everybody's like this. We're listening, we're just soaking it all in. So
Hey, I don't
thank you
want to be the.
so
I don't.
much.
I'm not a professor now. I'm keep saying. I'm
Now you're a professor of life and we love it like that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of that clarity because that's a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. Ah, guys. Oh my God. It's like my network is hanging. Can you guys hear me? Oh my God. Is David still there? David, can you hear me? Whoa. Guys, can you guys hear me? I feel like I'm actually frozen. Or is it me or is it David? Please, if you can. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, great, great. Okay, okay. Maybe it's David's connection. Okay, yeah. David, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And over here, we consider you a professor of life because every conversation we have here, you always bring a different, exciting, and enlightening angle to it. And we appreciate you for that. We do not take it for granted. And we also know that you are very busy as well, but you still try to chip in. We really appreciate that, David. Thank you so much. And for every single person that joins this conversation, either you joined from the very start or you joined along the way, I want to say thank you. I appreciate every single one of you for your time. Guys, we've been here for over 4 hours and we had so much fun. We had so much fun. I'm not going to lie. When I was filming that video on my second YouTube channel, Simply Glory Elijah, it was really taking a lot of my emotions, but coming here to have like a real-time conversation with you amazing folks in this FSWG community, it sort of lightened my mood. It sort of shifted the weight off my shoulders, and now I'm in a very good mood. I'm so refreshed. I am so happy. I am most of all relieved. And once again, I appreciate all of you for your time, for your presence, more importantly, and then your contribution. For those of you engaging in the comment section, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for keeping the conversation alive, for keeping the conversation going, for the jokes, for the wise words, for everything, guys. Thank you so much. I am grateful. I appreciate. Daisy Dreams was requesting that we have another live conversation like this for romantic relationships in your 30s. By the way, in case you're wondering, I just dropped the episode 2 of my 30 series. It's available on my second YouTube channel. So you can go ahead and check it out. Yes, we are going to have another live stream, and that will be next week, Saturday. Big Brother Nigeria season 10 is gonna start. I don't know, there's no date yet. I don't know if it's gonna start next week Sunday. It's usually it should be next week Sunday. I don't know. But whatever happens, I will let you know, all right? But in the meantime, we're still doing our stuff, all right? So guys, please keep on coming. I enjoy your presence here. And then lastly, um, I want to review the TV series Scandal. It's my current obsession. I am obsessed. I am obsessed with Scandal. All right. And I want to do like a dry analysis of it, or rather a dry review of it. And when I say dry review, because it's a seasonal series, it has 7 seasons with over 100 episodes. I don't think I can do my usual in-depth analysis where I analyze scene by scene, word for word. I can't, not like I cannot, I can, but it's a lot. And it could probably be like, it could take many hours to do as a whole video. So there's no need for that. So I intend doing just a surface review of the entire TV show. I'm about to start season 7 now. I just finished season 6 yesterday, so I'm about to start season 7. But I think I know enough already. I think I know enough already to do my review. All right. So if you've seen it already, great. But if you haven't, please go ahead and start, all right? Because I don't want to give a lot of spoilers so that for the benefit of those people that have not watched it, you don't feel like you're missing out in the action, all right? Yes, Olivia Pope scandal. That's the one I'm talking about. My Olivia Pope scandal. All right. So I'm going to be dropping the video probably on Tuesday because currently I am doing a lot of work on my second YouTube channel. I'm creating a lot of content. I'm doing a lot of videos, editing, I'm doing everything, and it's a lot. So hopefully by Tuesday morning, my review on Scandal should be ready. Hopefully, I pray to God for strength. All right. So guys, look forward to it because I have a lot to say. And here is something I also want to do. I'm thinking of, because FSWG is for reviews, right? So I'm thinking of doing, like, as I said, a shallow review. And then on Simply Glory Elijah, I'm thinking of analyzing the triangle between Olivia Pope, Fitzgrant, the president, and Jake. So I pray for God's strength to be able to do that video, right? But this is what I plan on doing. We're going to see how it goes, okay? But yeah, that is all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much once again for your time. God bless all of you, all right? So, as I always say, enjoy the rest of your evening, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Do not be too stressed out. But if at all you get stressed out, please do not at all hesitate to go out there and pamper yourself. And that reminds me, I haven't gone for my massage in a long while. I should book a session this week. Anyways, thank you all so much. That's it. That's it. Have a good night. All right. Bye.